All right, we are live. We're live, pal. I think we are. I just checked, and it looks like we are. And in between last week's stream and this one, I messed with my audio, so hopefully I sound louder. I think I sounded extremely quiet on at least when I was watching the VOD of the last stream. Um, so yeah, hopefully I sound good. Hopefully the Dynasty Warriors 7 BGM that I have going on in the background sounds good as well. I can lower that if I need to. Um, but yeah, hello everyone. Hello anyone who might be watching the VOD in the future. Welcome to the official tier ranking for all Clone Wars arcs. Um, all 42 of them apparently. Um, I know with each of these tier lists that I do, I like to give a little shout out to the individual that made them. And in this case, I'm actually shouting out myself because I was going through, I was looking at all the arcs that they had available that people had made, and I didn't really like how most of them were set up. I appreciated the ones that put the actual titles on them because it might be confusing. But I know what all these are, and I have a list that I'm going to be referring to when I'm talking about individual episodes. Um, but yeah, so I was like, okay, well, some of these arcs I'm seeing are missing episodes. They're missing complete arcs. Some of them were made, within the last 4 years, and they're missing the Siege of Mandalore, the Bad Batch, and the Ahsoka's Walkabout. It's like, okay, I'm not going to be using any of these. I'm just going to make one. um, so yeah, this tier list is up for anyone to use one if they want to. So by all means, go crazy. I didn't mess with any of the tiers or anything. I think S through D is a pretty solid lineup here. Um, I'm pretty sure we'll have a few arcs, maybe just one or two that end up in here. So yeah, nothing's really F quality, and I've seen all of them several times. So there's no haven't watched tier like with the last one. So yeah, let me go ahead and bring up my list here. Well, actually, do I need to do that? I could probably just get it off of just by looking at them, probably. Yeah, we'll just do that. So, not in this is not in chronological order. Obviously, I tried to set it up in chronological order, but it did revert, which was kind of a bummer. So we're just gonna kind of have to go as we go. I do have notes, so I know which ones go in which order. But anyway, so we have the Domino Squad arc, we have the Night Sisters arc, we have the Slaves of the Republic arc with the Zygerians, we have the Younglings arc, we have the R2 Lost duology, we have the Bad Batch arc, we have the D Squad arc, we have the Ahsoka Wrong Jedi framed arc, we have the Boba Fett trying to kill Mace Windu arc, two-parter, I believe. Three-parter. We have kind of an interesting one here. I'll talk about this one, but so I'll just give a little bit of history here. So I was going through just trying to see what all people consider arcs, and so I saw on some subreddit someone had included the Pantoran episodes. So it's the this one, Trespass, as well as the one with Chairman Papanoida and whatnot, Sphere of Influence from season 3. So it's like, sure, why not? We'll put that as an arc. Reggie, how you doing? I see no arcs on this list. F. Yeah, right. But and then we have the Yoda arc. We have the Battle of Christophsis arc. We have the Gunray season 1 arc. That includes Lair of Grievous. We have the Zero the Hutt, several episodes that are spread about. We have the Battle of Mon Cala, the Battle of Umbara. We have the Dooku captured / pirate introduction arc. We have the Blue Shadow Virus duology, Battle of Geonosis, Clovis arc. We have the Onderon arc. We have the Mandalore introduction arc, Reiko Hardin arc, the Cargo of Doom Holocron heist type arc with the Children of the Force. I just named all 3 episodes. Go me. The Mortis arc. The R2 and 3PO duology where they have some adventures. The Corruption arc. Maul's takeover of Mandalore. The Disappeared. Battle of Ryloth. Malevolence. Siege of Mandalore. The Jedi Crash Quell arc. Wait, no, Quell's the planet that they start on. I can't remember the name of the planet that they end up on, but with the Lerman people. The Toydarian arc, the Grievous Intrigue arc, the Separatist Senate arc, Citadel, Five's Conspiracy, Maul's Return, Ahsoka Lost, the Zillo Beast, and the Martez Sisters, or Ahsoka's Walkabout. So we have all of these, all 42 of them. Technically, it's kind of 41 with this little outlier here, but we'll let it slide. When I was going through that Reddit, that subreddit I was talking about earlier, there were some episodes included in these that made zero sense. Like for the Corruption arc, someone had put the Aura Singh trying to assassinate Padme episode here, which to me made no sense. It doesn't correlate to the story at all, if memory serves me right. So there are several episodes that are left off here just because they're individual episodes that don't really contribute to any overarching story. So some of your favorite episodes from the show might not be included in here, which if that's the case, I apologize in advance. And also, I didn't really preface this in the last stream, so spoilers. I don't think I said spoilers at all in the last stream. So if this happens to be me talking about arcs that you know nothing about, spoilers in advance. But yeah, so I guess we can go ahead and get started here. Going about 9 minutes already of me yapping. All right, well, let's go ahead. Oh, and also, I know I said it last time with the music going on in the background. I was doing Warriors Orochi and Dynasty Warriors 7. This is the Dynasty Warriors 7 soundtrack that I'm running again, so anyone that's a Warriors fan, shouts out. All right, so let's go ahead and start with the arc that kind of started it all. If anything, that Aura Singh episode was an epilogue to the Boba arc. Yeah, I agree. Because it's pretty much just a follow-up of Lethal Trackdown with Aura Singh trying to kill Padme and also kill Ahsoka and whatnot. So, I remember that episode being in the promotional material a lot back then. Back in, what was that, 2010 maybe. All right, so let's start with the Battle of Christophsis, which includes Cat and Mouse, Hidden Enemy, and the Clone Wars movie. So I'm just going to put it right here. This isn't a firm setting in B tier. It actually might end up there, but we'll just talk about it. I'm actually going to, before I talk about this, I'm going to give a little bit of lore about myself that I don't think I've said on the channel before. Maybe I have in a prior stream. I was actually thinking about doing a YouTube short about this. So a little bit of lore about myself. So Clone Wars debuted in 2008, and I watched every single episode of the show from season 1 through season 5, except for one episode. Marvelous, hello, welcome in. There was one episode of Clone Wars I missed during its run on Cartoon Network, and that episode was Cat and Mouse. So I missed the chronological first episode of the entire show. And the lore behind that is, so it was about 2009, 2010, right around there. And I think I was in 3rd grade, I want to say. And I went to a friend's house for a sleepover for their birthday. And it was on a Friday night. And that was when Cat and Mouse aired. And I missed that episode. So Am I really a Star Wars fan anymore at that point? I missed the first episode of the Clone Wars. You kidding me? I did. I missed Trench. I remember seeing whatever episode came before it. I remember the little preview for the next episode. And I remember being very excited. It's like, whoa, who's this Spider Admiral dude? Never saw it. Well, I did see it, but not for a little while later, unfortunately. Never seen Clone Wars, but I've heard it's a peak Star Wars show, so I might check it out. Absolutely. Clone Wars is amazing. I know I've said it before, but a year ago, even like 3 months ago or whatever, I would always be going back in my mind. It's like, okay, what's my favorite Star Wars show? Is it Clone Wars, Rebels, or Bad Batch? It is Bad Batch. That is set in stone, but Clone Wars is such a monumental series for Star Wars. Like, I don't think Star Wars would be where it is, not even by a long shot, if it wasn't for Clone Wars. So yeah, it's an amazing show. But yeah, so Christophsis arc, we have Cat and Mouse, which is a very, very solid episode. Very good. If you're watching Clone Wars chronologically for the first time, it's a very good first episode. If you're just watching it randomly, in the midst of just watching through season 2, it's also a very serviceable episode. It's kind of weird because it's like, okay, now we're back on Christophsis again. What's the deal with that? But Clone Wars was made as an anthology series for the first 3 or so seasons, so just avoid the big Star Wars EU heads. They'll do anything to make you think it's bad. Yeah, right. Yep. Just one of those glaring examples of Dave Filoni being an incompetent showrunner for Star Wars. But yeah, so Cat and Mouse is a very, very good episode. Really shows the dynamic with Anakin and Yularen, because this is kind of their first time really interacting for a mission. Anakin and Obi-Wan's bantering is always fun. Trench is a very good villain, very good, competent villain, who just, happened to run into this one battle with the wrong guy and then ends up being cyborgified. And then, the stuff with Bale on the ground with them trying to provide relief to the planet. It's all very, very good stuff. Very good episode. And then we have Hidden Enemy, which is also a very, very solid outing. It's season 1, episode like 16 or something. I think Cat and Mouse is season 2, episode. It's 14 through like 17. I don't remember, or maybe even 18. I don't remember. What I find interesting about Cat and Mouse is that Rex isn't in it at all. Yep, despite Cody being frequently with Obi-Wan, suggesting they weren't paired up yet. Yep, absolutely. This is kind of like, it kind of implies, if you are watching Clone Wars chronologically, that Christophsis was sort of Rex and Cody's first like big pairing together. Yeah, Rex and Cody. For some reason, in my brain, I thought I said Obi-Wan and Cody, but I mean, that could be true as well. It's very early into the war. But yeah, so Cody is, he's with Obi-Wan in the bridge, and Rex isn't around at all. So yeah, Hidden Enemy, very good episode. It kind of plants the seeds for clones being susceptible to turning against the Jedi and whatnot, which is an interesting concept that in hindsight doesn't really get picked up ever again during the war, right? Because it's the stuff with Slick. He betrays the Jedi, betrays his brothers, and that isn't really anything that comes up ever again, even though it's such a fascinating concept in hindsight. Very interesting. Do I have to watch the movie for Clone Wars before watching the show? I would say if you're just wanting to watch just Clone Wars without having to go through the monotony of chronological order, I'd say watch the movie first. But if you're doing it chronologically, the movie would be the third thing that you watch. Hidden Enemy is a solid episode. Also kind of a somewhat first introduction of Ventress with her fighting against Obi-Wan and Anakin. And I really enjoy the sort of whodunit type thing that they have going on early on with Rex and Cody trying to interrogate each clone and figure out which one is the traitor. Very, very solid outing. One of the more memorable episodes of the arc for sure. That's pretty much that, and then it leads directly into the movie, which is helpful. Watch the first 25 minutes and switch it off immediately, right? Which then of course we have the Clone Wars movie, which follows up pretty much directly after Hidden Enemy with all their vehicles pretty much being trashed, so all they have left are the cannons, which again is a great way to tie in anthology series and all that. Um, so yeah, having it only be the cannons makes sense for the Battle of Christophsis when the battle actually takes place in the movie. Um, yeah, lots of really fun interactions there. I love Anakin. That's kind of why I chose this picture, because it's such an iconic Anakin moment, especially in this movie. Um, with Rex classic, "What's our plan of attack, sir? Follow me." It's just such an iconic scene, or just an iconic moment for Anakin in this early Clone Wars stage. Um, yeah, very, very good battle. General Loathsome is a pretty interesting villain, sort of your run-of-the-mill villain. Um, and Obi-Wan has some very, very awesome moments when he's, faking the negotiation. The introduction of Ahsoka is legendary. Um, that would be repeated again for the Siege of Mandalore arc in Old Friends Not Forgotten. And obviously at the time, everyone hated that, hated Ahsoka, hated her interactions with Anakin, calling him Sky Guy and whatnot, and calling R2 R2E. All kinds of stuff there that was hated back then. But when did I last watch the movie? Probably sometime last year. And I remember not hating it. Now with all the years of Clone Wars that I've watched, I don't hate it now. It's just a fun part of Ahsoka's journey of her evolution. Surprised they never tried to bring him back. It's not like they lost Corey Burton, right? Yeah. I think he shows up one time after that, and it's in the framed arc with Ahsoka, and it's when you see like all the different cameras monitoring the cells when like Commander Fox sees Ahsoka choking Letta. I think you can see Loathsome, Poggle, and like Wat Tambor in 3 different cells, which is a pretty interesting callback to the victories that they've had. Because yeah, all 3 of those battles have involved Ahsoka, so it's kind of interesting to bring it all together like that. Because Ryloth, Storm over Ryloth, Battle of Geonosis, Weapons Factory, and all that, Brand Invaders, and then of course Battle of Christophsis. So I was getting woke when he had a female character. Yeah, right. It's like, okay, where was that dialogue back then when Ahsoka was introduced? Right? It's just we're just taking words and changing their meanings and all that. Also, hello, Killer V, welcome in. But yeah, then after that, I mean, I know this is the Battle of Christophsis, but this is the Clone Wars movie that's included with it. So we are going to talk about the stuff with Tatooine and Jabba's son and all that. That's very whatever. And yeah, unfortunately, I will be factoring that into this ranking because, again, it's a part of the arc. So yeah, I think the Teth stuff is very cool. I really like the Battle of Teth. It's got some pretty inventive stuff, like with the ATTEs climbing up the rock wall and that sort of balancing act that Ahsoka's doing, and then Anakin hijacking one of the staps and going crazy on that. That's all really good stuff. But yeah, the Tatooine stuff is very hit or miss. I think the final like 20 minutes of the movie aren't particularly great. As mentioned, EU diehards mixed with her show being incredibly split between fans. I can't see she was hated. Now she's seen as one of them. Yeah, right. Exactly. It's just become such like an iconic, legendary character. Oh yeah, that's right. I also set Nightbot to do that stuff. That's fun. But yeah, so Battle of Christophsis is a solid arc. I actually do think I will keep it in B tier. The movie does kind of lower it just a little bit. Hidden Enemy is a good episode, and then Cat and Mouse is a pretty solid introduction episode to the series. Again, if you're watching it chronologically, can't believe they made a Teth reference in Bad Batch. That was the ultimate reward for the 6 Clone Wars movie fans. Exactly. It's like, yep, there is that same monastery. Let's go, Rex. Thank you for choosing that location. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I remember seeing that in the trailer and being like, what? Teth? Are you kidding me? And I always wonder, I I mean, obviously with the Ahsoka series, it was kind of pulled back a little bit and let it be for people who hadn't really seen Rebels or hadn't really seen Clone Wars. But in the flashback sequence, I kind of wish Ahsoka just would have said Teth, because all she says, "Oh, this is one of our first battles." And it's like, well, yeah, but it's got the purple, hue to it with all the smoke and all that. It's clearly Teth. Um, Now, it's one of the legends, is one of the curses. Yes, right. Yeah, absolutely. Um, but yeah, so I think B is a pretty solid place for Battle of Christophsis. Okay, next up, excuse me. Next up, we have what I have written as the Toydarian Alliance arc. Oh, whoops, on the wrong screen. There we go. So the Toydarian Alliance arc. Let me see. Where is Master Dai? There he is. Which is a two-parter. Again, I'm not saying this in B. I'm just putting it there just so I can get it out of the crowd. First episode of this arc, it's a two-parter. First episode, we have Supply Lines, which is where this iconic shot comes from. And then we have Ambush, which is the first ever aired episode of the Clone Wars. So with Supply Lines, again, it's like I talked about in the last stream with talking about the different seasons where like people only remember the Clovis arc because of Commander Thorn, which we will get to eventually. People really only remember Supply Lines because of Master Amagun Dai and Captain Keeley, which is rightfully so. It was a very, very cool moment. It was a very awesome that like half of the story with the Ryloth stuff. Then there's the stuff on Toydaria, which is serviceable. Some would call this a part of the Ryloth arc. I say, well, it can't be both. Yeah, I think in terms of what this episode sets up for the future, it definitely does apply to both, with the Separatists sort of taking over Ryloth and Cham and his forces going on the run. But I guess I'm more looking at it as just immediate effects, like from one episode to the next, that are, that tells like a little cohesive string. Like the end of Supply Lines has King Katunko saying, "Let me speak with Master Yoda. I'm sure we can work something out," and then that leads directly into the next thing. But yeah, no, I could definitely see people saying that's part of the overarching Ryloth arc as well for season 1. But yeah, the Ryloth stuff for Supply Lines is very cool. I kind of have a little bit of a memory back before was it before season 3 started airing, or was it kind of like right during? But I remember there was was it Clone? I think it was just StarWars.com. I don't think there was a CloneWars.com. I'm probably just thinking of like Clone Wars Adventures or something. But for anyone back then who was collecting like the Clone Wars action figures, they came with these like codes that you could redeem on StarWars.com, and you could get like little previews or behind the scenes or little snippets or whatever for upcoming episodes or episodes that have already happened. And I remember there was one figure that I got that the code was from this episode. I want to say it was like the Admiral Dow stuff, when like Admiral Dow is contacting the Jedi Council. It's like, what a strange scene to have in there. It made it seem like this Admiral Dow character is going to be a big deal, and they just dies off screen. Ambush is a sequel to Supply Lines, which is a prequel to the Ryloth arc, which is a reference in the Bad Batch again. Yep, exactly, right? The Bad Batch really does the best way of tying all these stories together. Because, yeah, without the Ryloth arc, you would not have Devil's Deal and Rescue on Ryloth. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Supply Line, and then with the Toydarian side of things with Bail and Jar Jar, that's just fun. Like, I really appreciate the interactions that they have with Lot Dodd, with Lot just trying to manipulate the situation as much as he can. It's like, all right, well, if you guys go help the people of Ryloth, then you're actively engaging in war, which breaks your neutrality. And it's like, I love how snide he is. And then Bail as well. Bail has got some pretty good interactions, both with Jar Jar and just the Toydarians as well as Lot Dot. It's some pretty fun interactions there. So yeah, and then we have Ambush, which again, first ever aired episode of Clone Wars. Very solid first episode of Clone Wars. You have Yoda and the Senate security guys. You've got Thyre, you've got Reese, and you've got Jack, going up against Ventress and her army of droids. Very, very solid episode, I think. I appreciate that Jar Jar may be clumsy, but manipulatively clumsy. Yeah. Yeah, it's especially, yeah, when he's doing the juggling scene, it's, yeah, just doing his best to get everyone's attention on him, which normally it would just be like, okay, yeah, Jar Jar's just doing goofy stuff on his own, but now he's actually taking his abilities and putting them to use to help out a planet that's under siege, you know. So yeah, Ambush, very, very, again, very solid episode. With it, again, being the first episode of Clone Wars, a lot of people look to the Umbara arc or the episode with Cutler Quain, and there's a lot of different instances throughout Clone Wars where people look at it and be like, okay, yeah, this is sort of where we start to see the clones being treated as more than just soldiers. But it really does go back to the first episode of the whole show when Yoda has them take their helmets off and explains that, you know, in the Force, they might look the same, but in the Force, they are all vastly different. Which is a very, very sweet scene. And then the clones sort of take those lessons that he gives them and immediately comes back to help Yoda in the situation. So yeah, despite these episodes being quite separate, it's only 2 episodes. Despite these episodes being very separate in their stories and their themes and whatnot, they both tell stories that are very cool. So do I like this more than the Christophsis arc though? Maybe. I think no. I think this will be right before the Christophsis arc, right where I put it. Because Christophsis still tells a bit more of a cohesive story, where it's you start off in space with them breaking through the blockade, then they're on the planet trying to help the people, and then during the battle in the movie, it wraps up the Battle of Christophsis. So yeah, this one tells a bit more of a cohesive story, and this one's a bit more quote-unquote disjointed, but it does have a through line with King Katunko wanting to speak with Yoda. So yeah, both solid arcs, I think, both pretty fitting for B tier. Yeah, high B for sure. And then let's see what we have next here. We have the Domino Squad arc, which consists of 3 episodes. We have Clone Cadets, we have Rookies, and we have ARC Troopers. And I think I will go ahead and just put a placement on this one. It's definitely above the Toydarian Alliance arc. Do I like it more than Christophsis? I'm going to say yes. This might be a low A. I think it's going to be low A. Clone Cadets is without question one of my favorite episodes of the whole show. It's a comfort episode for me. If I'm ever feeling down or whatever, and I just feel like just watching an episode of Clone Wars, I'll put on Clone Cadets. It's a very amazing story about brothers coming together for a common goal, for a common cause. Most of Domino Squad getting their own individual moments, especially Heavy, of course. Echo and Fives getting a little bit. You get Cut Up. Droid Bay kind of falls to the side, unfortunately. Droid Bay was definitely not the the focus of Domino Squad. Out of the 5 of them that there are in the team, Droid Bay definitely gets left behind the whole time. He just gets his name, and that's it. he's just there. But yeah, Clone Cadets, very, very incredible episode. I remember I have very fond memories of watching that episode when it aired, because they aired as a 2-parter. They aired Clone Cadets and ARC Troopers back to back in season 3. And also Domino Squad was last reference in the in the Disney Plus series, The Bad Batch season 1 episode with primary antagonist. primary antagonist. Wait, is Echo one of the bad guys in that? Is Echo one of the bad guys in the hit series, The Bad Batch, season 1, episode 1? Um, Droid Bay was definitely not named. He was. He was. It was after the first training session, when they're going into their pods, and I can't remember what Droid Bait says, but I think it's Heavy, who's like, can you stop being Droid Bait out there? So that's how he gets his name there. Wasn't Droid Bait like Irish? I think so. It was either him or Cut Up. It's one of the two, and I can't remember which one. I want to say it was actually Cut Up. I'm trying to think. It's one of the two. Crosshair Droid Bait recovered from the Rishi Mooner storm. Yes, that's right. He's got he was taken and then he was brought to Camino and thrown in a pod to mess with those enhancements. But yeah, Clone Cadets, absolutely incredible episode. I think the interactions with them, with Shaak Ti and the bounty hunters, with Brick and Ellis, very, very good interactions. I like getting to see this side of the Kaminoans that you hadn't really seen before. I mean, probably in novels and whatnot. But having Lama Su just be like, okay, well, if these clones aren't cutting the mustard, then we can get rid of them. And then, you have Brick who's like, all right, send them down to maintenance with 99. It's like I appreciate the clones having a chip on their shoulders. Because, again, getting the clones in a different light, this was a big deal for that. I don't think it was Cut Up because I remember his conversation with the drill sarge. Yeah, so that was the thing. I was thinking that because, when he's talking with Brick, he's he's got the clone voice. But I'm trying to remember, I think the Irish accent was a little bit inconsistent. Oh, I remember what Droid Bait said. He, when they're at the pods, and he's like, "Guys, can we stop arguing?" And I'm like, okay, because there he sounds like just a normal D. Bradley Baker clone. But then there's the, I think it was Droid Bait who had the mess up shoulder for the final thing. Or no, even when Bravo Squad finished their thing, and he's like, they are so much better than us, and it's like, okay, that's interesting. He has an Irish accent there, but it sounds like he doesn't later on. He definitely was on Camino, but in reference to the Rishi Moon episode, yeah, okay, yeah, great. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, I was thinking the Camino stuff. Yeah, I want to say he is. I want to say he's one of the two that the sergeant send out that just immediately die off screen. He was still adapting to the clone voice in the earlier episodes. Yeah, by the time we get to season 3, he was so natural with his distinct voices. Absolutely. Because, like, if you listen to Rex in one of these, Christophsis episodes, especially with, Hidden Enemy and the Clone Wars movie, it sounds so much different. Even though, like, the jump from the first few episodes in the movie to, say, the Siege of Mandalore is even more of a jump because he really hones in on the Temuera Morrison voice. But yeah, especially for the clone voices that he does, even from season 3, are just so night and day. Here we go. Clone Janitor 99 first appeared in the episode Clone Cadets from the hit Disney Plus show Clone Wars Season 3, Episode 1, also referenced in the hit Disney show Bad Batch Season 2, Episode 16, where Tech, and also referenced in the hit Disney Plus series The Clone Wars Season 7, Episode 1, The Bad Batch, when Cody brings up Clone Force 99 and Rex goes, 99, eh? Nice touch. I think I need to mess with Nightbot stuff. I don't like it being that frequent. Anyway, so there's Clone Cadets, extremely good episode. The ending is absolutely amazing. The final test, the music that plays there, which I believe is called Once More Unto the Breach. Absolutely amazing track. It's one of the best tracks in the show, I think. And yeah, Clone Cadets is amazing. Rookies, an amazing introduction to individual clones outside of your normal, your Rexes and your Codys. Getting just a bunch of rookies all together interacting with one another, and then having that dynamic with Rex and Cody. Very amazing dynamic. And Heavy getting the spotlight moments with his sacrifice. And then then Echo and Fives. Echo and Fives are definitely in this series. Well, Echo, not in the series. I'm sorry, in this episode. Echo is very, he's the rule bound character, which would be further expanded on in Clone Cadets. But here him being like, all right, we should be checking the reg manuals or whatever. What are we, some sort of bad batch? Roll credits. Fives didn't really have too much, if memory serves me right. Because he's kind of sort of just your run-of-the-mill clone. Echo stands out a little bit, and then Heavy stands out a little bit, but then, of course, we would know that Fives would go on to have some incredible character growth. Careful that you call Ace 99 because he stole significance from Alpha 17 from Camino. Yeah, right. Or Rex, too, right? Because Rex, they originally going to call him Alpha 17, but no, there's too many A names, said George, which, I mean, he was kind of right. It's unto the breach, not into the breach. Oh, darn. Oh, darn. From Disney Plus show Bad Batch Season 3 episode 40. Now, wait a minute. That's not the Bad Batch that I'm talking about. No, we have fun here. But yeah, so Rookies, again, just very, very solid episode. It exists very well on its own. It exists very well, very, very well on its own with this dynamic with all the clones. It has a very good start with the clones on the Rishi station, then at the end with the two survivors getting their medals. Very, very solid. And then you have ARC Troopers, which ARC Troopers is kind of confusing to me. Because it feels like it takes place quite a while after. But in terms of the story, it feels like it should take place immediately after. Because you have Echo and Fives who now have their 501st paint. And in the deleted scene, in the deleted scene, it talks about how they've, I think it was in the deleted scene, right? When they're on the ship and they're loading boxes, and then Rex goes up and talks to them. Because then Fives, in that deleted scene, Fives is like, oh, we should be ARC Troopers. And then Rex is, you'll be ARC Troopers when you deserve it. But there's a line there from either Echo or Fives that talk about how they've been with the 501st for a while through some tough battles. So that implies that ARC Troopers takes place quite a while after. Like, I'd probably say it takes place in Season 3, where Cadets and Rookies do, like, chronologically take place in Season 1. ARC Troopers feels like it could take place in Season 3 or, like, late Season 2. So, yeah, it's kind of weird story-wise where that falls. But as an episode, again, very, very good episode. Bring 99 back with the Battle of Camino. That whole battle sequence is exceptionally good. Why was Grievous able to stage an invasion on Camino despite the Rishi Moon Station being destroyed and the Separatist fleet retreating? Yep. Did it not nullify? Yeah, right? You would think that it would, because, the whole point of that was to keep the station active so that the Separatists could just sneak their way into Camino. But maybe they were just at the point where they didn't care anymore. Like, the Dooku was like, all right, no more delays, just get on with it. Like, no more of these antics of hiding and trying to sneak behind enemy lines, just initiate the attack. Because, Ventress is there as well. Like, so she's there in the Trident. So it's like, okay, this makes no sense too, because was Ventress just there? Like, would she go there, leave, go there, leave? So it doesn't really make much sense in the grand scheme of the story, but as 3 episodes back to back to back, it makes so much more sense, especially if you ignore that deleted scene, which is honestly probably why they got rid of it, is because they say, so we've been in some tough battles against some, we've been fighting for a while. Considering Fives and Echo had distinct armor when most clones were standard white, I expect they'd have some time in the squad. Absolutely. So it's their armor that tells one side of the story, and then it's the actual events of everything, like Ventress, again, being underwater, and stuff like that that doesn't really work. But that's what Ventress did with the sea robots. Is a sneak attack. Oh, yeah, right, exactly. So yeah, she was there, and then I can't remember. I can't remember what Ventress does in season 2. Um, Ventress wasn't in season 2. Okay, so yeah, she was just there the whole time, which is insane. So yeah, so maybe ARC Troopers could take place in season 2 at that rate, in terms of how much time passes in the story. But yeah, the stuff with 99, Echo, and Fives is great. Just the interactions with Fives and the cadets, sort of inspiring them when they think that they don't really stand a chance. So yeah, lots of really, really solid interactions with the clones. And then 99 Sacrifice, of course. You have the ARC Troopers who are around for the first episode for Clone Cadets, and then come back around for the defense of Camino. And they don't really do anything. They do a lot more in that specifically Colt. Colt does way more in that first episode than any of them do in the third. Because yeah, Colt just dies. He gets stabbed and kissed and whatnot, which was cut from the Cartoon Network airing. And then Havoc just dies. He just dies. He tells 99 to go away, and then he dies. Blitz doesn't really do anything. And then I don't know if Hammer is his official name. I remember that's what people were calling him for a long time. But Hammer, the one that was just there, just like telling people to be ready. He didn't have a voice line. He just held up his hand for them to be ready. He never shows up again. In a way, she's been campy undersea for a whole season. Yeah, right. No wonder Ventress knows how to deal with sea monsters. In the hit Disney Plus show, The Bad Batch, season 3, episode 9, titled The Harbinger. Yep, probably the least Paths Unknown isn't one of my favorites either, but probably my least favorite episode of the season. Let's go. She's the only person on that ship who needs to eat. Yeah, just went fishing. Just put on a little deep sea dive suit. But yeah, ARC Troopers, again, very great episode. The fights with Grievous and Obi-Wan are amazing. The fights with Anakin and Ventress are amazing. And I really like how when Ventress is trying to steal the Jango DNA, gets it out, she's using the Force to grab it, and then it's a clone. Just a random clone. Just some random trooper that happened to be there is the one to grab it and save the day with the rest of that squad. It's like that just felt very right, because it would have felt, I mean, it would have just felt natural for Anakin to be the one to take it, because they're the ones that are defending Camino. But it just being a clone, like, it wasn't Rex, it wasn't Cody, it wasn't Fives, it wasn't Echo, it wasn't any named clone. It was just that one clone that grabbed it, and it's that I feel like speaks volumes to the meaning behind such an important battle. Must have gotten the ARC Trooper rank from a Family Connection, right? Those arcs for Camino for too long. Yeah, nepotism in the clone army, never. Notice how clones only promote their brothers. Yeah, right. Yeah, no kidding. So yeah, very, very solid arc. Definitely would put that in A tier, I think. All right, let's check out what we have next. We have the Malevolence arc, which is a good arc. Oops, there we go. There it is. Malevolence, I think I'd put it above Christophsis. It's either very low A or high B for me. Probably just put it high B for right now. Malevolence arc is a very solid arc. I appreciate the Death Star homages in, I think, Rising Malevolence is the first episode. So it's Rising Malevolence, Shadow of Malevolence, and then Destroy Malevolence, I think, are those 3 episode names. I feel that scene better connects Ventress versus Anakin to the clone story of that episode. Yeah, Grievous versus Kenobi lacked it. Yeah, it was definitely just a reason to keep Grievous occupied, because he probably would have just ran right through most of everyone into Focus City. So they needed to have Grievous sort of be nullified in a way. I swear the Malevolence arc had some scenes added in the Disney Plus version. I need to think. They probably just took the deleted scenes and just put them in, because I think that's what they did with the with ARC troopers with the Ventress killing Colt scene, and then probably a few other scenes as well. Malevolence was all right, but that Padme kidnapping finale was kind of goofy. That was absolutely going to be my point. Is that I think the first 2 episodes are pretty solid. I appreciate the Plo Koon centered episode for this with him and the Wolf Pack working together. That's really cool stuff. That episode would probably be a very high A if it was just on its own. Shadow of Malevolence is also a very good episode. Great fighter combat with them traversing through the nebula. Very great interactions with especially Anakin and Ahsoka there, with Ahsoka kind of freaking out, but Anakin has absolutely no worries whatsoever because he's heard the smugglers talk about it before, so of course it's all right. And yeah, so that's a pretty solid episode. And then Destroy Malevolence is kind of a weak finale, I'd say, for that arc, because all they need to do is just blow up the ship, capture Grievous, do whatever. But then they had to introduce the Padme element with her and 3PO, which it wasn't necessary. It was just to really introduce Padme into, like, she was in the movie, of course, in like the final third of the movie. But it was just really, I feel like, to sort of introduce her into this and sort of being that element of Anakin, really, where it's like, all right, she's captured, now we have some stakes to actually go inside the Malevolence. So yeah. Seeing season 1 multiple times as a kid, this arc is one of the frequent repeats. Absolutely. I never saw the scene where Kenobi spoke to Yularen until I streamed it. When he spoke to Yularen, oh, was that when Anakin and Ahsoka go off to find Plo Koon? And Obi-Wan's talking to Yularen, and he's like, "Oh, well, he's gone, sir." And Obi-Wan's like, "All right, well, he just better be there for the rendezvous." I feel like that might have been there. I don't know. I can't remember watching it on TV. As I would have been like about 6 at the time, so I don't remember what it was like watching it on TV, but definitely on DVD watching it, I feel like it was there. That Plo Koon Wolf scene gave us a very memorable line. Yep, that would be spammed. Yep, every Clone Wars ADT video ever. Yeah, for every AMV going forward, we're clones, so we're meant to be I think it might have been Sinker who said that, because Wolf says, Plo Koon says sergeant. So, and Sinker is the only sergeant in that group. So yeah, it might have been, I think it was Sinker, probably. That scene, as I remembered, Rex and Cody weren't in the arc yet. Only Cody was definitely there. Because it was him and Obi-Wan were right next to one another. So yeah, I think it was. It might have gotten a little extended. But I think it was there, or maybe there was just some version of it that was cut out. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think I remember on the DVD releases, those scenes were there. But yeah, maybe when they aired on TV, I'm not sure. But yeah, Malevolence arc is a fine outing. It's good for Anakin and Ahsoka to get a little bit of development. But outside of that, it's kind of whatever. Okay, next up, we have the R2 Lost arc. We have Downfall of a Droid, which is the name of the episode that I couldn't remember from last time. Downfall of a Droid, and Duel of the Droids. And Duel of the Droids, this arc is kind of whatever. It's a pretty whatever arc. I think Downfall of a Droid isn't a very good episode. Actually, this might go into C. If it is C, it's a high C. Dang. I think this goes in, high C, I'd say. It's got some okay, well, I'd say the best parts about this arc are the beginning and towards the end. For the whole arc in general, I think the Battle of Bothawai is pretty cool. It's got a pretty memorable moment. With Rex and the ATTEs on the asteroids shooting at the Munificence. That's really cool stuff. The space battle itself with Anakin going after Grievous has got some cool stuff. First arc we can't connect to the hit show Bad Batch. No. Dang it, you're right. You're right, Reggie. Dang it, how could they? How could they not have the foresight to connect this arc to the Bad Batch? Wait, let me see. Wait, yes it does. I'm really pulling that. I'm really pulling strings here, but the fact that Ahsoka saves Rex from being killed by Grievous allows Rex to go on to appear in the hit Disney Plus series The Bad Batch, Season 1, Episode 7, Battle Scars. Unless R3 is a rival against R2, who also has a rival to Chopper and Rebels. Chopper, there we go. There's another one. Yeah, just in that one episode of Rebels in Season 1. But yeah, so again, the Battle of Bathawai was cool. The stuff after that was extremely forgettable. R3 was just whatever. R3 was comically evil, I feel like. Just doing everything wrong. It's kind of like Krell just for droids, I'd say. It's like, okay, like, you're obviously a bad guy. Like, let's just get to it already. And then they finally do it in Duel of the Droids, which, again, Duel of the Droids is a fine episode. The Ahsoka going on her own against Grievous is cool. It's her... It was definitely a pretty big moment for her in Season 1 to really strike out like that to fight Grievous. And then, yeah, then the actual fighting, the fight in the hangar at the end was pretty fun. The actual duel of the droids was just them, two trash cans bumping against each other. So it's, it was what it needed to be. Hey, Impactor, how you doing? Been doing pretty all right. I hope you've been good as well. So yeah, Duel of the Droids. I know I keep referring to Duel of the Droids, but that's just why I'm calling this arc. It's just Duel of the Droids. When the sociopath droid was meant to be an antagonist, not comic relief. Yes, I know, but he really was. It was just like, yeah, like when Rex is carrying him down to the listening post, and all the clones are laughing at him. He's like, next time you're hauling this hunk of junk or whatever. So yeah, Duel of the Droids as an arc. Very, very forgettable, very C tier, I'd say. All right, moving on here. We have the Gunray captured arc, which consists of Bombad Jedi, Cloak of Darkness, and Lair of Grievous. Where is the Lair of Grievous? There it is. This is another arc that I think is pretty forgettable. Keep getting this arc mixed with the child kidnapping arc. Yeah, that was the Cad Bane arc, I believe. Children of the Force. This arc, I think, is very forgettable. It's probably right about there a little bit. It'll be above Duel of the Droids, I'd say. Bombad Jedi is a fine episode. I feel like people might say that that's the weakest episode of it. They're probably... I think they're right, actually, now that I think about it, because Cloak of Darkness is a fine episode. Great interactions with Luminara and Ahsoka. Ventress sort of being introduced to the mix. Been good working on the stop motion series. War Hunger, nice. Searching for voice actors. Awesome, man. Awesome. Best of luck to you on that. Best of luck. I hope it turns out awesome. An interesting arc. 3 entirely loose stories solely connected by the story of the Viceroy. Yep, exactly. Episodes 1 and 2 are much more connected because that follows directly after Gunray's capture with them leaving Rhodia. But in terms of Lair of Grievous, yeah, it's only connected because they think they tracked Gunray to this one planet. Bombad Jedi's a fine episode. It has its lull moment. I think its best moments are with Jar Jar. Everything else is very whatever. Him and 3PO have pretty fun interactions with one another. I love when when I can't remember what the context was, but Jar Jar says, something Misa, and then 3PO's like, yes, Yusa. It's just very, very funny. Very funny interactions with them. Cloak of Darkness is very much your run-of-the-mill. I feel like the name of the episode is a lot more, like, meaningful. That sounds like I know Cloak of Deception is the name of a novel, but Cloak of Darkness isn't really a fitting name for this episode. I'd just say like Gunray Rescue or something. It doesn't really deserve that title, I feel like. Um, the only thing I remember is the brutal murder of Kit Fisto's apprentice. Yep, with Nadar. Yeah, Palpatine. Hey, we got Gunrays. Yeah, they got Gunray. Yeah, right. Um, so yeah, Bombad Jedi again. It's not definitely not one of season one's best, but it's fine. Cloak of Darkness again. It's fine. It's better because we've got some fun Jedi versus Sith acolyte interactions. And it's got some fun combat. It's actually got some pretty brutal moments as well, with Captain Argaius betraying the Republic, and he gets brutally stabbed by Ventress through the back, and then a clone gets his head cut off by Ventress, which is just all kinds of brutality there. And then we have Lair of Grievous, which is it's better than the previous two episodes, I'd say. Kit Fisto has so much charisma. Phil Lamar did such an amazing job voicing him. His interactions with Nadar are very good, and then them sort of piecing together like, oh, wait a minute, this is Grievous's lair. Wait a minute, is this a trap for him or a trap for us? And yeah, it's got some very fun combat moments. Grievous's interactions with the Doctor are fun. And then the duel at the end with Kit Fisto and Grievous is a very enjoyable duel. Ironically, the episode that's essentially standalone. Yeah, right? Like, they could literally just start without the prior two episodes and say, hey, we think we know where Gunray is. Let's go capture him. He's not there. This is Grievous's lair. That's it. That's all it needed to be. But they just barely tied it in with that. And that's why I chose this lair of Grievous image for the encapsulation of the arc, because this arc can really be summed up in one episode, and Lair of Grievous is pretty much the standout of the arc. Nothing else really is super grabbing or memorable, but yeah, I think a high C tier above Duel of the Droids is pretty fitting. And then we have the Pirates arc, which is Dooku captured and Bombad General. So here we have, where is it? Here we go. This is also a fine arc. I don't think it's C tier at all. I think it's definitely better than what these episodes were. I think I like it more than the Supply Lines arc as well, because Hondo is an amazing character, an incredible introduction to his character. The stuff on Florum was very enjoyable, but even the beginning bits, before we get to the pirate stuff, with Anakin being captured, Obi-Wan going to rescue him, it feels very, very serialized TV that Clone Wars and really that Star Wars was based on, right? With the Flash Gordon stuff and all of that. All that George was inspired by. It feels very like serialized, where it's like, oh, we don't see how Anakin gets captured. He's just captured randomly. And now Obi-Wan has to go rescue him. Dooku's on the ship. Let's go stop him. Dooku escapes. Dooku capture is hilarious. Yeah, just his Dooku's interactions with the pirates, and then Obi-Wan and Anakin's interactions with one another. Even before they all three of them get captured on Florum, just like with is it Anakin or Obi? I think. No, because Dooku takes Anakin's lightsaber, and then Obi-Wan's lightsaber starts shorting out, and then Anakin sort of throws Obi-Wan's lines back at him, about, oh, this weapon's your life. Jim Cummings, yep, the voice of Julian Robotnik, yep, Winnie the Pooh, absolutely. I got to meet him, actually, was it 2 years ago, maybe, at a local con? Jim Cummings is very, very, very sweet man. Very awesome person. Speaking of Stop Motion Titles, work on Galaxy Force Episode 2. It is coming along. Not as much as I'd like. Still working on the contest entry for primetime animation stuff. But yeah, hopefully next month I'll have it out. The Dooku Kenobi Skywalker banter is insane. Yeah, it's unbelievable having these characters in such close proximity of one another, not trying to kill each other, and they're just bantering. Anakin, control your insolence. The Count is thinking. It's like, oh my gosh, this is just so amazing. Um, Wait, Hondo appears in Rebels by kidnapping that pirate from the hit Disney Plus series The Bad Batch, Season 1, Episode 13. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? It all ties back to The Bad Batch. It truly is the Clone Wars successor. Yeah, the fight with the Gundark in the cave is a lot of fun, with the Jedi having to work with what they have. And then Bombad General is also a pretty interesting series. Or pretty interesting episode, I should say. It's got more Jar Jar. Season 1 is very much like a Jar Jar centric thing, where yeah, it's just Jar Jar. He's got the Bombad Jedi stuff. He's got the Bombad General stuff. It's the Blue Shadow virus, which we'll get to soon. So yeah, lots of Jar Jar moments with the who am I thinking? The senator that dies in the crash, and then Jar Jar having to take over for the mission. Senator Karras, I think was his name. Oh my, a Durand reference? Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Let me put him in the chat. There we go. Roland Durand, the GOAT. Speaking of the Bad Batch, this arc is funny in hindsight because one of the pirates D does with Wrecker's voice. Wow, I don't remember that at all. I'll have to go back and watch this this episode again, or whichever one he shows up in, one of the two. Yeah, I don't remember that at all. Wow. I'm sure he did a great job with the figuring out what Wrecker's voice was in this. But yeah, I enjoyed Jar Jar's interactions with the Senate security clones, the Coruscant Guard clones. Commander Stone, who just shows up one time, never shows up again. And yeah, Jar Jar being responsible for rescuing all of them is great. Hondo's interactions with the Jedi are amazing. Dooku, obviously his interactions, I know we just talked about it, but Dooku's interactions with the Jedi, just so memorable. Incredibly funny stuff. So yeah, I think probably right around there, I'd say. I'd say right before Christophsis for sure. All right. Moving on from the Pirate Arc, we have the Lerman Arc, which includes Jedi Crash and Defenders of Peace. Let me see, where is it? It is right here. Also a very solid two-parter. I like it more than the Pirates Arc. It's probably right around there. A lot of the season 1 stuff is going to end up sort of around here in this solid, like, mid B tier, maybe high C tier. But yeah, Jedi Crash, I think, is a very solid episode. It starts out very high octane, with them going to rescue Aayla Secura from her ship that's just being absolutely swarmed with droids. Anakin being taken out of the fight. Them crashing. What is the name of the planet? I can't think of the name of the planet right now. I know Quell is the gas giant that they were fighting in at the start of the episode, but I can't remember the name of the actual planet. Is it? Yeah, no, I cannot remember the name of of this planet for the life of me. But anyway. So yeah, very good episode with Jedi Crash, with them arriving, finding out more about the people, the native life forms that they're, or not really native life forms because they were colonists, right? I think so. Anyway, gave us the infamous tactical droid line. I don't care, sir. There are hundreds of droids on board. Very solid. Very solid tactical droid moment there as well, which is interesting because that tactical droid uses the body of TX-20, who's the Ryloth droid from the Innocence of Ryloth episode, but the color is just slightly changed. He's a little more green than he is blue, so it's a interesting asset reuse there. But yeah, Jedi Crash, very good episode. And then Defenders of Peace with the introduction of Loch Durd, which is just a very entertaining character. Voiced by George Takei, for anyone who might not have known that. One of the few CIS bioweapons they brought back. Yep, the unique AAT they used on Dathomir. Absolutely. Which I loved, because it makes, again, it makes the universe feel very connected, right? Where it's like, okay, we see this super weapon in this one episode that will never show up again probably, but then it just randomly shows up again during the attack on Dathomir, which is awesome. On all first-gen tactical droids recolors. So there's what I mean by that is that it's just the same like model, I guess. They are all recolors, but I mean, like, you can see the little symbol that he has on his torso on the side. Whatever, I don't know if that's like a Ryloth insignia or not, but for for TX-20, he has this little insignia on his chest, and then that same tactical droid on Quell has the same one. But then you have like TX-21, who's got the like the Geonosian sort of design on his chest for the Geonosis arc. And then the TA-127 or 137, whoever's the one with Wat Tambor, has also like more Ryloth inspired color deco. But anyway, like, I once got banned from a roleplay server. incredible George Takei. Yeah, what it did, it was what they shot on Dathomir to get rid of a bunch of the witches and all the trees and whatnot. For the droid that appears in 2 scenes, right? That's how it goes. But yeah, Anakin as well. I appreciate with Anakin being taken out of the fight and Ahsoka trying to sort of live up to his expectations, and then Ayla being like, all right, no, Anakin will be fine. You don't need to be here and protect him the whole time. We'll be fine. We need to just go and figure out how to get out of here. This definitely just one instance of many of Ahsoka learning from those around her besides just her master. And a great lesson for her to learn that kind of shows her patience in a way. All right, so that is the Lerman arc, and then we have what I consider, what I said kind of at the start, what I call the Pantoran expansion. This isn't really an arc, but again, like I said at the beginning, I saw people put it together on a subreddit. I was like, I wouldn't really connect the two, but I just did it anyway. So we have Trespass and Sphere of Influence. Once again, no Bad Batch link. Universe continuity shattered. Yeah, right. Wait. Yeah, not with the Lerman arc, I don't think, unfortunately. Excuse me. If I ever become a reviewer, I'm getting that Tactoid clip for comedic response. Yeah, I don't care. It's iconic. It's amazing. Pretty sure it's Matthew Wood saying that. So, of course, him doing all the droids. Yeah, so Trespass, I think, is a very good episode. One of the most memorable of season 1, without a doubt. Having to deal with, dang it. Because there's Senator Chuchi, obviously, she's there, which ties into the hit Disney Plus series, The Bad Batch. But what is Chairman Cho? Is that his name? I think it's Chairman Cho. Wait, isn't Sphere of Influence like season 3? Yep, the one with the kidnapping of the Darza, George Lucas. Absolutely, yep, that's the one. Yeah, for some reason people put this together for like Pantoran stuff because it involves Pantorans. But it's like whatever. Fine, I'll make this. This is the only one that I'm actually like allowing that to influence how many I put here. I'm not gonna talk about this one very much because those episodes are very separate. But I'll just say Trespass is a very good episode. As an arc, this is probably just down here because it's very not connected. I think there's some mention of Chairman Cho maybe in Sphere of Influence, but beyond that, there's not much. It's a prominent appearance for the gunships, which was what Hunter Yep, exactly. Exactly. During a point of no return. Missed opportunity for George to voice, yeah, Chairman Papanoida. Yeah, that would have been awesome. That would have been awesome. I think whoever it is that does the voice does a pretty good job of like, or wait, is it Corey Burton that voices him? Wait, let me think about that. Is it Corey Burton that voices Chairman Papanoida in Sphere of Influence? Because if it is, he does a pretty good job of like blending his Corey Burtonness alongside George Lucas, I feel like. But anyway, yeah, so that's the Pantoran expansion. Didn't really talk about it much, but whatever. Seth Green voices George Lucas's son in it, so there you go. Okay, then we have the blue shadow virus. This arc is very whatever as well. Kind of like how a lot of these ones are with season 1. I think I'll probably put it about here maybe. Probably top of C. It's not great. I think the first episode has some solid moments. I Yeah, this one's kind of a hard one to think about. Because I think the first episode is pretty decent. Also, the goofy music from Dynasty Warriors 7 kicking in as I'm talking about this one. That makes sense. Wait, the EU said George was involved in the show. Oh, well, they are wrong. They're absolutely wrong because they just need to look at the credits to see how involved he was as an executive producer. The Blue Shadow Virus. Nuvo Vindi is a very goofy character. Very, very goofy character. I think the concept of this is very interesting. But I don't know. It doesn't feel like the stakes are very high. But back then, as a kid watching this in 2009, whatever episode this season had aired on, or not, yeah, whatever day this episode had aired on, there it is. Whatever that was, back then, I'm like, oh my gosh, Ahsoka could die here. Captain Rex could die here. It's like, no, these good characters, I don't want them to die here. But of course, we know that later on that they are impervious to dying in this show, which is great. But back then, it was horrifying. But thankfully, they survived. And then, yeah. Then Mystery of a Thousand Moons. It was cool to tie in Iago into the story. Because, yeah, that one throwaway line that Anakin has in Phantom Menace, I think the angels live on the moons of Iago, I think. I heard the smugglers talking about them. Like, that's a cool connection. And I think the giant grid that is designed to prevent ships from escaping the planet, Droll, I think is what they call it. I think that's really cool. That's a very fascinating concept. And back when Skeleton Crew was airing in the early episodes, I was thinking that, because I think I'd said in the last stream where I was thinking that was some sort of like social experiment that Palpatine did to like just seclude a planet from a society. And that was kind of my thinking process watching. I was like, oh, is it kind of like Droll from Moons of Iago, where it's like if anyone tries to leave, it just like destroys them. So yeah, the Blue Shadow Virus arc is okay. It's got some cool moments, but overall it's just another arc to keep things going. Then we have the Battle of Ryloth, which is a very, very good arc. Where is Ryloth? Where is it? Where? Where is Ryloth? It's got Waxer and Boyle on the front. There it is. It's an A tier. Top of A. Storm around At-Atten. Yep. Reminded me of Iago. Yep, that was exactly my thinking as well. First, he got Animo's VA to play Max Scientist, yep, in this arc. Then he himself to play Betty in the hit Disney Plus show The Bad Batch, Season 2, Episode 10, the worst episode of the show. Let's go! Yeah, I mean, no, Yuri Lowenthal did an amazing job with that. But yeah, no, I get that with the Ben 10 connection. That's a pretty interesting connection there. Many, many years later would Yuri play a role, but it ties it together. But yeah, so Ryloth, Storm over Ryloth is an amazing episode. Amazing episode. Another very much like Clone Cadets. It's kind of like a comfort episode for me. Storm over Ryloth has so many great ship-to-ship combat moments. Very great moments with Anakin and Ahsoka and even Yularen. And just the Ahsoka taking command and the clones' hesitancy towards her taking command, where that one clone officer is like, well, normally we have General Skywalker. Sorry. Where there's, lots of great interactions between the characters. Martuk is a great enemy as well. Is General Skywalker. So yeah, very, very good stuff. No longer the Bad Batch fanatic. I swear someone at Lucasfilm wants to cross over Disney beat WB to the buyout. Yeah, right? Where they're like, okay, WB, do you want to do it? And then Disney's like, nope, we got to prevent the Ben 10 crossover. But yeah, Storm over Ryloth, amazing episode. Innocence of Ryloth, amazing episode. Great stuff with Waxer and Boyle. Again, more clone humanity development. Obi-Wan has some really great moments. Cody's got some good moments. Yeah, Waxer and Boyle's dynamic is so entertaining. With Boyle just hating everything and Waxer being a lot more empathetic with Numa and her situation. And then you've got TX-20 as well, like I talked about before. TX-20, the main tactical droid. That's causing chaos for the Republic. This arc gave me my second favorite tactical droid line. Impossible. The possibility of that is 10,003 to 1. Yeah, TX-20 is a great villain. Even though it's just a tactical droid, like we'd see so many more of them as time would go on. But I think TX-20 was such a great villain where it's like he's the foil to Obi-Wan in this, which is so strange. Where it's like just your run-of-the-mill tactical droid is the foil to the Republic forces. That was probably the best that tactical droids ever got in the show, I feel like. I'll have to go and revisit Onderon again at some point just to remind myself of how effective Kalani was. I feel like because he only came in like the last episode of that arc. But yeah, TX-20 was pretty much the best showing of a tactical droid. You lose, General Kenobi. Ha, ha, ha. Does not compute. Does not compute. Yet another arc with a separate cast focus on a single narrative, except this one's actually a full story. Yeah, it's like it's one stage after the next, right? You start off in space, clearing through the blockade, get to the planet, and free the hostages on the outskirts, and then with the Liberty on Ryloth, you get to the actual capital, Lasu, with Mace Windu and his team, and then you kind of bring back Anakin and Ahsoka towards the end to clear the skies from the bombers. But yeah, Liberty on Ryloth is another just amazing episode. It's probably my favorite out of the bunch, just because at the time I was so into like just the thought process of this battle. I don't know what it was, but it's like, as a kid, like playing with toys, I'd always try to like recreate the Liberty on Ryloth situation where it's like separatists have taken the capital and then you have clones pushing up through the lines. I think there was also a stop motion that I had watched sort of around the time. It was Superfro Productions was who it was, I believe. And they had done a Clone Wars series that involved Mace and Pawns and the 91st Recon Group. And I was like, oh, this is awesome. I love Mace Windu. I love Commander Pawns. Commander Pawns is my goat. At the time, Commander Pawns was probably my favorite clone commander. Also, Cham in this arc appears in the Bad Batch Season 1, Episode 10. Or it's actually Season 1, Episode 11, right? Devil's Deal, because I think Common Ground is 10. Who's also voiced by Robert Atkin Downs. Yep. Yeah, who also was TF2. Yeah, there you go. I don't know that lore about the TF2 voicing, but that just ties TF2 into, just ties it back into the Bad Batch. But yeah, again, Liberty on Ryloth, amazing episode. Wat Tambor being a great, just greedy separatist villain here. I think Wat Tambor in this one episode does so much more than Newt Gunray does in 3 episodes earlier in the season. He just feels more like the vile, greedy businessman separatist that Wat Tambor is. So yeah, and then TA, I think it's TA-137, I think is the droid's name, that the tactical droid that's with him. TA-137 just abandoning Wat Tambor on the planet. um, very, very, very fun interactions with them as well, where TA-137 is like, Count Dooku ordered us to retreat, and Tambor is like, no, we will not until we get the Ark of the Covenant off this planet. Are you kidding me? Yeah, right. That's what it sounds like. It is what it sounds like if you listen to it. If it's like your first time listening to it, or even if you're conditioned to hear that, it is what it sounds like. But yeah, the Ryloth arc is absolutely amazing. It's the best part of season 1, without question, in my opinion. And yeah, it's got so many good, memorable moments. It might even be S tier, to be honest. I'll have to think about it as we push forward. How did Tambor get freed? That is an amazing question. I want to say there's just some techno union loophole that they used to get him out, where it's like, oh, Tambor is actually just doing a contract with the Separatist on this planet. He was really doing it on techno union terms. Yeah, how does he get freed and get back to making funny clone experiments on Skako Minor? Yeah, because he's there in season 5, right? I think he's in that jail cell in season 5. When you see on one of the monitors, you can see, again, like I said earlier, you can see Poggle the Lesser, you can see Warren Loathsome, and then you can see Tambor. So in between season 1, or in between seasons 5 and 7, he gets freed, which is a pretty long ways away. Yeah, Ryloth, absolutely A tier, or yeah, top of A. I believe it was said there was a prisoner exchange in some book. That's interesting. Okay, I'll have to go and find that book. That sounds very interesting. I'm really into the like lore details like that, where it's like, okay, it was actually during the Battle of Rothana where they did a prisoner exchange. That's really cool stuff. Okay, now we're into season 2 with the Holocron arc. Promised the entire war, exactly. He's just there for the end, and then he dies at the end of the war. We have the Holocron arc, which is a very solid arc. Whoa, what is going on here? We have the Holocron arc, which I really do enjoy. Chronologically, our first outing with Cad Bane. And again, more amazing growth for Ahsoka. Again, it's really just increments that she's growing as a person and as a character, but this has some pretty significant weight for her with that first battle on Felucia, where Anakin and Obi-Wan have to basically say, like, no, you are surrounded, the battle is lost, you just have not seen it yet, we need to get out of here. And then right when they leave, all the droids are swarming that juggernaut and blowing it up. So yeah, speaking of Skako Minor, yep, there we go. That was where the Bad Batch rescue the hit Bad Batch protagonist Echo, or CT-1409, I think. CT-1409, I want to say. And later joined the Bad Batch in the hit Disney Plus show. It's the Bad Batch. The appearance of Cad Bane from the... That's all it is, man. That's all it is. That's all we care about here. We are just Bad Batch fiends out here. But more accurate, the debut of Toto. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, Holocron Heist with the first episode. Next episode is Cargo of Doom, and then the last episode is Children of the Force with that arc. Holocron Heist is an amazing episode. I really like... No, I'm thinking Cargo of Doom. Cargo of Doom is an amazing episode. Holocron Heist is a very good episode. Very good outing for Cad Bane, for him to be sneaking his way. I think that Hostage Crisis is not a good first episode for Cad Bane. He feels very intimidating in that episode, but I don't think it's the best showing of him, because it's him sort of relying on this team of bounty hunters to do the mission. But with this, it's just him. It's the shapeshifter that he's with, and Toto, and that's it. And he does a lot more in this arc than he does with that group in the one episode. So yeah, I really love Cad Bane in Holocron Heist, especially infiltrating the Jedi Temple, getting the Holocron, and just kind of narrowly missing the Jedi each time is very good stuff. And yeah, I've seen the Clone Wars haters episodes a bad one because Cad gets too much convenience to get the Holocron. No, I don't think so, because they had the schematics. They had the floor plans for the Jedi Temple. They have a shapeshifter that can get inside, that can, you know, mimic any Jedi they want, that can help them get through the maintenance, because they have those floor plans to get to the Holocron chamber on the other side of a locked door that you cannot get through, so without using the Force. So yeah, no, I don't think it's too much convenience. It's just very well planned. For such a substantial heist as that, it's like, yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you be prepared? Yeah. So yeah, Holocron Heist, very good episode, very good outing for Ahsoka, great outing for Cad Bane, and very fun interactions with Toto and the Jedi. When he comes through the hatch, he's like, oh, hi, just doing maintenance, it's all good. And then Cad Bane uses him as a bomb, and then Mace pushes him back through the vent. It's very, very, very good stuff. Cargo of Doom, I think, is also an amazing episode. Or yeah, I think Cargo of Doom is the best episode of the arc without question. Great action on board the Munificent, the ticking time bomb, the ticking time bomb of the ship exploding. Again, more great Ahsoka moments where she's calling for Anakin to have patience this time around instead of the previous episode when Anakin was telling Ahsoka to have patience. Just very, very good interactions with them. R.I.P. to the GOAT, Denel. I've seen people say that his name is Denal. I don't say it like Denal. I say Denel. It's less profound to say Denel, but that's just what I've always called him. R.I.P. to the GOAT, Denel. He gets his armor hijacked by Cad Bane, and yeah, but just a very, very good episode. Speaking of TCW Hazer, recently came across a channel called JT Plagiarisms. That's a great name there. And an entire channel is revolved around called the EU. Yeah, Gold Lucas. Yeah, of course, because it's not like Lucas isn't responsible for all of this. He didn't come up with every single idea in here, but he came up with a lot of them. Mandis the Bad Batch for making what? Is that not impossible? Come on now, she's an amazing character. Yeah. Yeah, there is not even a pronunciation. It's just that's his name. They don't even say his name at all, I don't think, right? I don't think they say his name ever in the show. Yeah, they don't even. I don't think so. Because yeah, his name isn't said in the Grievous, the Duel of the Droids. His name isn't said there. I don't, because Anakin just calls him Trooper when he gets on board the shuttle. Yeah, so yeah, he's Denal, denial, denial. There we go. But yeah, so Holocron Cargo of Doom, very good episode with Bala Rapal as well, him getting captured by Cad Bane. And I really like the, I know what we said earlier about the supply lines also kind of being a backdoor pilot to the Ryloth arc. If you really think about it, actually, wait, nope, never mind. That doesn't work. I was going to say that Cargo of Doom is like a backdoor pilot to the Savage episode. Is it Monster? Because there's Night Sister, Monster, and Witches of the Mist. So yeah, it would be Monster, right? I was gonna say that if anything, Cargo of Doom is a backdoor pilot to Monster, because that's on Deveron when Savage goes to Deveron to take over the Jedi Temple, but the Separatists won the battle, I think, on Deveron here. So I don't know. Anyway, Um, um, I believe Dental was mentioned by the name of the LAT after they arrived back. I don't think so. Um, I don't think, because they were on board the Separatist shuttle when they escaped the ship. And then when they get back, did he get named? Oh, when they were actually like going back, and then when they say like, "Oh, good job for killing that bounty hunter." Did they actually say his name? Wow, I don't remember that at all. Definitely got to go back and rewatch that, because yeah, interesting. Yeah, so if that is, yeah, which that's like a blank spot in my memory of that, is like what dialogue that clone said on that shuttle. He's like, "Hey, good job for killing that bounty hunter." So yeah, maybe yeah, it's the one time that his name gets said. Yeah. Same. Even worse for him, that same review. The guy admitted he didn't like CW03. I mean, yeah. And we talked about it a little bit with the last stream, but yeah, CW03, the micro series. It's, it is what it is. But anyway, and then Children of the Force is also a pretty solid episode. It feels very different. Children of the Force feels like a very different episode from the prior two, sort of like how Lair of Grievous does, where it could exist on its own, but there are through lines, like the Holocron. Finding the Holocron, where Obi-Wan and Mace go off on that, and then Ahsoka and Anakin end up on Mustafar to rescue the kids. It's an interesting dynamic with that, but I feel like it could have just been that. Like, if it was just Cad Bane kidnapping the kids or whatever, that could have just been the episode. But no, there's a little bit of through line there. But yeah, still a pretty solid episode. I don't know if Corey Burton read the line with Dee's impression, or if Dee did it with Corey Filter. I want to say, because when he gets back onto the shuttle, and then Anakin's, "Trooper, did you get the holocron?" And he goes, "No, sir." I want to say it was Dee. I think it was Dee who did it, because I feel like they wanted to just keep up the illusion that Cad Bane was actually dead. Yeah. And if the episode, like, if the arc just ended there, like, it could have just been that Cad Bane was just dead, where else kidnapping occurs? Why, in the hit series The Bad Batch, season 3 episode, was it 10? Is it 10? That's is it 10? Wait. Point of no return. Wait, what's before Point of no return? Dang it. I hate when I have a hard time remembering the names of episodes. That's the worst thing. Like, I can forget, dialogue or anything like that, but if I can't remember the name of the episode, that's what gets me. Yeah, dang, I can't remember the season 3 episode name now. Yeah, exactly, by the same guy, because yep, Bane has that experience. Exactly. But yeah, so this arc I think is a pretty solid one. I think I'd probably put it above the Domino Squad arc. I think this has a lot of really, really solid stuff. And Mark technically has been trying to kidnap Omega since season 2. In a way, yeah. Yeah, well, exactly. Well, yeah, since the end of season 2, absolutely. I remember, I think it was one time, I know we're talking about the Bad Batch here, but I'll get back on track here really quickly after this. I think I might have talked about it during one of the Bad Batch streams, but I remember Star Wars, I think it was Alex Damon on Star Wars Explained. He had said that, like, everyone wants, or the Empire wants Omega, like, all the time throughout seasons 1, 2, and 3. The Empire always wants Omega, and I was like, well, not exactly, because in season 1 it's just the Kaminoans, which then that goes away after episode 4, or episode 9, I guess, technically, because Bane gets her, and then that goes away. Like, then Omega is never, like, wanted again until late season 2, because when they have Nala Se, and then Lama Su tells Hemlock that Omega is the key to getting Nala Se to cooperate. So it's like, it's not like the Empire wanted her the whole time. It was just like in between, this and that. Yeah, Bane kidnaps Omega and more children. Yeah, that's just what he does. That's his profession. He's not even just a bounty hunter. He's just a kidnapper at this point. But yeah. So the Holocron arc I think is a very solid one. Definitely A tier. All right, moving on. We have the Zillow Beast arc, which, for whatever reason, again, included in the subreddit post that I saw. Someone included the Bounty Hunters episode, the the Seven Samurai episode from Clone Wars Season 2, Bounty Hunters, which introduced Embo and Sugi and all of them. I don't count that episode as part of the Zillow Beast arc. I'm not doing that. Whoops. So it's just going to be Zillow Beast and Zillow Beast Strikes Back. And this arc is fine. I think the first episode is better than the second. I probably put it right about there, maybe. I think the first episode's very good. I really like just the whole Battle of Malastare setting. I think that was a great way to start, because the episode is that is like, the episode is the Zillow Beast, but having it start like right before the start of a big battle on Malastare, I think was a great call, instead of just having the monster just be there. So having there be some Godzilla context for that. Speaking of the Zillow, there we go. Here it is. Oh, wait, what? Wait. Nightbot, why did you just do that? No. No. Nightbot, why did you just... Wait, why? Why did Nightbot just mute Killer B? What the heck? No way. Okay, well, I'm going to have to solve that. How do I don't know if I can do that right now. Maybe if I remove his standard moderator? If I get rid of Nightbot like that, maybe? Nightbot is no longer a standard... Okay. Nightbot is 1984. Yeah. Yeah, what the heck? Hopefully I can still go back and see all of them. I don't know if... I'm sure I should be able to see all of these. But yeah, oh well. Yeah, I don't know why Nightbot's getting crazy like that. That's very, very dumb. You still have it on your side? Okay, good. Because yeah, on my side it just says message deleted by Nightbot. Oh wait, no, I can view delete message. Okay, there we go. Yeah, hopefully it's there for the VOD, but anyway, yeah, Zillow Beast arc. Now it looks like as if, yeah, this was speaking to you the past hour, yeah. Dang it, Nightbot, how dare you. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I'll have to go into Nightbot's settings and make sure it doesn't do, like, timeout for spam or whatever, because I don't care. Unless it's someone just spamming, like, links or whatever, then yeah, obviously you can get rid of that Nightbot, but yeah, not for just spamming messages. Anyway, Zillow Beast episode again. First episode is very solid, I think. Battle of Malastare again, very cool. Introduction to the Zillow Beast, super Godzilla inspired, which is just great. And then the way that they figure out, because the Dugs want the Zillow Beast dead, but the Jedi are like, yeah, no way, this is a going extinct species here. We're not an endangered species here. We're not going to just kill it. So they figure out a way to trick the Dugs into thinking that it's dead by using the cannons on the tanks to put it to sleep. I think that was a very clever way of going about the story. Yeah, there we go. That was exactly where Killer B was going with that, Reggie, before Nightbot decided to take action. Whoops. New Zillow or old Zillow sounds? I think I'm gonna go with new Zillow. I want to say new Zillow. I believe. Maybe. I have to really think about it, because it sounds a lot more screechy, I think. Well, it's because the Zillow Beast isn't like a fully grown, like, adult Zillow at that point in Bad Batch. So it sounds just a little bit different. But I'll probably go with that anyway. Yeah, 1984, exactly. But anyway, so first episode of the Zillow arc I think is very solid, and the second one I think is fine. Again, it's very Godzilla King Kong type, where it's going on a rampage through the city. um, going after Palpatine and whatnot. Um, I love that whole aspect of it where it's like the Zillo can just see that Palpatine is an evil dude and just trying to kill him. It's very, very fun. Real quick, I'm just going to take a quick water break. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Unfortunately for you, V, history will not see it that way. Execute them. New Zillo kind of sounds like a dinosaur. Absolutely, it does. Yeah. Zillo from season 3 is definitely fully grown. Yeah. Yeah. I'm only thinking about metamorphosis when I hear the sound for some reason. Like I'm only thinking about the one spot when the Zillo is on the generator and it's like roaring out, and then when the 3 Venators come out of hyperspace, that's the only like sound I hear of the Zillo for some reason. Oh wait, no, when when it breaks out, and then when the commandos enter the room, and when it does like the hard cut to Emery and Echo, that definitely sounds extremely like T-Rex sounding. So yeah. Some say the Zillo Beast sees the dark side on Palpatine. Yeah, I see him as recognizing the guy who wants him dead. Yeah, I think I think it's the latter as well. Because yeah, I think it's in the case of the Zillo where Palpatine is just saying like, oh yeah, this creature is unintelligent, like it won't feel a thing when we kill it, blah blah blah, this, that, and the other. And it's like the Zillo is recognizing that it's like, yeah, Palpatine's just saying like, oh yeah, we can kill it, and then no harm, no foul. So yeah, I agree with that, Reggie, where it's more so just him understanding that this is an evil guy that wants the Zillo to die. The hard cut, yeah, the hard cut's amazing. See that one stop motion where the Senate Commando just takes the chair for himself and leaves Palpatine to die? I don't think I have. That sounds amazing. Like, sorry, buddy, priorities here. Yeah, Zillo v Stark I think is a fine arc, and then at the end where it's like with the Doctor, where it's you want me to clone the creature, and then we wouldn't see the Zillo Beast again for like what? That was probably 2010, so about 13 years. No big deal. So yeah, Zillo B Stark I think is a solid B, sort of right around here, mid B I'd say. All right, next up, I want to say it's Geonosis. It is. It is the second battle of Geonosis. And the second battle of Geonosis consists of 5 episodes. Like I said before, it is going right here in A tier, personally, how I feel about it. It is the only arc of aired Clone Wars episodes that is 5 episodes. Of course, we had nope, not Son of Dathomir, Dark Disciple arc. The Dark Disciple arc, which was planned for seasons 7 or 8, I can't remember which one, that was going to consist of 8 episodes, but out of what we got for aired episodes of the Clone Wars, this is the only 5-part arc. We start off with Senate Spy, which is a great lead-in to landing at Point Rain with finding the plans for the Foundry on Geonosis, introducing Poggle into the mix with Clovis and whatnot. And then we go to landing at Point Rain, Weapons Factory, Legacy of Terror, and Brain Invaders. So yeah, a 5-part arc that is incredibly entertaining. Yeah, landing at Point Rain is a baller opening, absolutely. Something funny about these past 2 arcs, the former had LAATs firing blue lasers while Geonosis had them fire green. Yeah. Definitely, I think that... Yeah. Yeah, them firing green lasers is like the constant, I feel like, right? So it must have just been an outlier, I feel like, with those 2 arcs with the gunships firing blue. Either that or maybe it's like the Coruscant, the Coruscant gunships before they get the red paint has them firing blue, maybe. Yeah, Senate Spy is a very good episode. I remember as a kid, I loved it because at the time, it was kind of around the time that Force Unleashed 2 came out, and I was playing that a lot. And I just love Keita Nemoidia's architecture. I also loved it back in Revenge of the Sith as well. So I was like, oh yes, Keita Nemoidia. I love Keita Nemoidia. This is an amazing planet. I love the hanging cities and all that. I think it's a really really cool design for a planet's civilizations to have these hanging cities off of these giant rock arches. I think that's very cool. So yeah, I love the setting of Keita Nemoidia. The Clovis stuff is fine. I don't really care for it, but the Padme being poisoned stuff, Anakin going undercover as a Naboo pilot is a lot of fun, with him tilting the ship around to make Clovis fall out of the seats and whatnot. I think that showing of Anakin versus Clovis is better than his just outright brutality in season 6. I like him being a lot more like petty about it. Brain Invaders had brainwashed clones fighting the Jedi and other clones. Yeah, you know what shows brainwashed clones fighting the Jedi and other clones? Why could it be? Obviously, green was from the movies exactly as well. Yeah, when it shows up on to rescue them in the arena. While blue is either thanks to inconsistent O3 made or TCW doing its things of constantly changing the blast fire when totally yeah. I think it was just an inconsistency for sure, where it's like, okay, in this episode, well, yep, gunships and stuff fire blue because the Republic fires blue bolts, and then they're like, oh wait a minute, this is Geonosis. Let's go back and watch Attack of the Clones. Wait a minute, these have green lasers. We need to change this immediately. So it could be that. It could be them just changing it up. I don't know. Yeah, Senate Spy, very very fun episode. Lenny at Point Rain is unbelievably good. Lenny at Point Rain is definitely one of the best episodes of the show. I think Clone Cadets and Lenny at Point Rain are absolutely there. And then yeah, just that whole battle arena is just extremely good. The three-pronged assault with you following, well, technically four in the early going, kind of. Well, I'd say 3 still. I just say it's 3. Where you have Anakin's group that gets shot down, you have Kiadi's group that gets shot down, and then you have Obi-Wan's group with Cody that gets shot down. And I did specifically choose, well, I mean, I specifically chose all of these for reasons, but I chose Cody for this because he really, in my opinion, is the MVP of the arc. Even though I think it also could be argued that Ahsoka is also the MVP of the arc with destroying the weapons factory. But Cody really held the line when the plan failed, because everyone gets shot down except Cody's group. They set up and they hold the line very well until they get pushed back at the last minute. So yeah, bringing Waxer and Boyle back was a lot of fun, and just the whole war setting here with the gunships flying to the ground, the classic clone trooper who speaks just a little too soon. Good thing those bugs can't aim. Death. Very humorous there. I feel like, I don't know, like for such an intense battle, it feels weird for that to be by design, for that to be funny. But it's very unironically funny and also ironically funny. I'd argue that they still had that in later episodes. Most infamous example being Mando's in season 5 going unique yellow. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, during Maul's stuff, and then later on for the Siege of Mandalore, they're back to yellow. So it's like, okay, it's very much a pretty blatant, like Killer Bee says, just a reflection of good guys and bad guys, where the good guys fire the blue bolts, the bad guys fire the red bolts. So again, Landing at Point Rain is an absolutely iconic episode for all the right reasons. The design of all the clones is amazing. The stealth clones, or the special ops clones, have got like the Leia hair bun helmet design is very cool. Commander Jet is a underrated design for a clone commander. Him and Kiadi's group go through lots of cool stuff with the flame troopers. You have Anakin and his group scaling the wall, which is an amazing sequence. This is one of those episodes where I can't believe that it takes place in about 25 minutes. It's kind of unbelievable, all the stuff that happens in this one episode, because you have Kiadi's group doing their stuff, Anakin's group, like I said, scaling the wall, Cody's group holding the line, Waxer and Boyle going out to rescue Obi-Wan. There's just so much going on in this one episode that it's hard to believe that it's just one episode. And then it carries through so well into Weapons Factory, another amazing episode. Lots of incredible combat sequences with Anakin and Luminara's group charging the front, and then Ahsoka and Barriss going through and infiltrating the factory from below. And yeah, just great sequences there. Again, another instance where it's like, okay, Ahsoka could actually die here. Back then, watching it in 2009 or 2010. Inconsistency Blaster Colors is number one reason why Dave Filoni should never direct Star Wars ever again. The Republic has fallen. Villains will separate. Exactly. Come on now. Are you kidding me? You see how inconsistent this is? We all know that it's Dave who's there on the computer designing every single blaster bolt. Come on now. How could he do this? How dare he? But yeah, Weapons Factory again. Very, very good episode. I love the end of it. With Anakin being so hard set on finding Ahsoka, and Luminara coming to terms if they have died, but Anakin being like, all right, we're not giving up right now. Even though Luminara said she didn't give up, it really did feel like she did. And then we move on to Legacy of Terror. Bad Batch somehow got this inconsistency even worse in the season 2 finale. Very clearly, red Imperial blasters suddenly fire blue. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because so I might have actually talked about that, Reggie, in my Republic to Empire technology video, where the clone troopers still fire the blue bolted weapons, right? Where it's a progression where you have it was a progression where you have in season 1 you have the TK troopers are firing blue bolts because it's very early stormtrooper program stuff where they're firing blue bolts. They sound like the E11s, but they do fire blue bolts. And then as into season 2, the clone troopers still have the original DC-15s firing blue bolts, but the TK troopers now fire red. And then the commandos would also fire red later on as well with Tantus. I want to say that the commando, trying to think, during Omega and Crosshair's escape, the one commando leading that squad, I can't remember if he has a red bolted DC-17M or if he had blue bolted. Anyway, that you ain't getting off this one. Blue Laser 03 while I was starting this, yeah, right. But anyway, back on track here with Legacy of Terror. The Geonosian zombie stuff is so cool, so horrifying for all the right reasons. And again, just really rounding out this actual Battle of Geonosis arc with sort of the outskirts of the battle with this old Geonosian temple with the queen and all that. Very, very solid stuff to round out the initial battle with the 3 parts that are the actual battle. In that video, but the Clone Commandos definitely had red. Yeah, they absolutely did. I'm just trying to think if they, because it was a bit different. Where like the Royal Commandos, the ones that were on Tantus, had the red bolts, but I'm trying to think if the all white one, like the one with Wolf, Hilo, like if Hilo had a blue bolted one. Yeah, sometimes it changed. I feel like that was depending on their situation. But anyway, yeah, so Legacy of Terror again, very, very solid outing there. I think it's one of the weaker ones of the Geonosis arc, just because it's, you're really feeling that it's the outskirts of the planet and it's the aftermath of the battle. Yeah, pretty solid episode. But then we have Brain Invaders, which again, very, very solid episode with Barriss and Ahsoka, with the Geonosian mind-controlling worms that were introduced in Legacy of Terror, taking over the whole crew, taking over Barriss, and then Ahsoka using the cold to freeze out the worms and release the minds of all those affected. And then Anakin also as well, a very memorable moment, especially back then, with Anakin walking towards Poggle's cell with the Imperial March playing, and Anakin really showcasing his potential for the dark side when he's choking Poggle. Very, very solid moment there. And yeah, Brain Invaders is a very good episode. But just on its own as well. If you watch this like disconnected from the Geonosis stuff, which I don't know why you would, but even on its own, it's a very solid episode. Yeah, right. Definitely Killer Bee, absolutely. Technically, they never confirmed the clones had red blaster fire in the wolf hunt. They all were already stunned. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm very confident that they had blue bolts just because all the clones up to that point were using blue in seasons 1, 2, and 3 when we see them shoot. It's all blue bolts. I think it's this generation has the blue bolts, this generation has the red. The next generation has the red. But yeah, so that's the Geonosis arc. Absolutely A tier, top of A without question as of right now. Then we have the Hunt for Grievous arc, which is what I call it. I don't think that it has a proper name, but I call it the Hunt for Grievous arc because there was a Clone Wars action figure pack that was called Hunt for Grievous, and it had Kix, Rex, and Grievous. So so there we have Grievous Intrigue and The Deserter, and I really, really enjoyed these two episodes. Grievous Intrigue, I think, is a great showing for Grievous. In the show that doesn't really have, most of Grievous's best moments outside of the micro series happen, of course, in this show, and Grievous Intrigue is absolutely the one I think that I think of the most. With him raiding the ship, just absolutely bodying Eth Koth. Of course, they were cheating. They were cheating with the Magna Guards, stunning Eth Koth occasionally. And yeah, I really wish we saw more of. I wish we saw more of the Horn Company. I thought that they had really cool designs with Captain Locke and whatnot. Yeah, I wish we saw them again. But yeah, Eth Koth being introduced here, same as Adigalia as well. Both had great outings, especially them interacting with Anakin. This is one of the rare arcs of the show where Anakin is heavily involved and Ahsoka is not. She shows up one time in this arc, and it's during the Grievous broadcast to the Jedi, when Eth Koth is doing the hand signals, and Ahsoka leads the younglings away because it's too brutal to watch. And that's the only time that Ahsoka shows up in the arc. She doesn't show up again, which is pretty interesting. A rare instance of them being separated. Yeah, Grievous Intrigue, love that episode. I love Grievous's interactions. Zark had the Deserter, and you know who else were deserters and visited the Deserter? Oh yeah, man, it's everything. Everything connects back. Yeah, again, Grievous's fight scenes with Obi-Wan, with Eth Koth, are awesome. One of my favorites, one of my favorite moments with Cody where Grievous is running away from Obi-Wan back to his ship, and the Obi-Wan contacts Cody, Grievous is coming your way. And then it does like an intense music cue, and then they look down the hallway as Grievous is spidering towards them, and then Cody and the gang use their cables to pull Grievous back, and they just dogpile on him. One of the clones punches Grievous in the face, and he just launches him across the room. It's one of my favorite Cody moments for sure. It's just so funny. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely the kids were. It was from Sue's previous marriage or previous partner. Pretty sure where she had those kids, and then Cut came into her life, and then he's their stepfather. So yeah. You guys remember how this episode was used in a Cartoon Network ad? Probably, but I don't remember the specifics of it. Also, man, some people hated the Deserter because no way clones would ever desert the army. Well, Cut gave a very good explanation there, so There we go. The only thing is after, I mean, it'd have to be after the first Battle of Geonosis, but yeah, it would have been funny if it was after the second Battle of Geonosis and you like just deserted like last week. That'd been pretty funny. Um, but um, but yeah, so yeah, again, Grievous intrigue, extremely solid episode. I love that Cody moment so much where they just dogpile Grievous. Yeah, it's lots of fun Grievous moments, lots of fun Obi-Wan moments with him sort of toying with Grievous. And then we have the Deserter, which I think the Deserter is another just amazing episode. I love the Obi-Wan and Cody and them hunting for Grievous, and the Rex side plot with Cut Lawquane I think is just so awesome. With Rex having his world rocked by experiencing this clone that left the army. And he can't comprehend that at first. He's like, what are you talking about? Why would you leave? Like, we have a duty to protect the Republic. And yeah, his interactions with Cut are awesome. And yeah, it's just them defending the house is a great battle sequence with the commando droids that are all shorted out. Rex, sacrificing, putting his life on the line to help Cut and his family is really, really awesome stuff. And then at the end, where Rex covers for him, in my condition, I probably won't remember any of this, and allowing them to go anonymous, continue to be anonymous. It's just amazing, wholesome moments for Rex. We got the introduction of some pretty important clones going forward. Well, I say pretty important, only like 2 of them, or well, I guess all 3 of them maybe. But we got Kix, Hardcase, and Jesse. Obviously, Jesse are going to be very important towards the end of the series. Hardcase with the Umbara arc, and Kix would go on to do stuff in other material that would be more relevant than what he does in the actual show. So. Yeah, no, I get that. We'll get to that obviously with the inhibitor chip stuff in a little bit. But yeah, I think that the Hunt for Grievous arc is very much deserving of A tier. And then we have the next arc in season 2, which I call the Death Watch Rising arc. I know people kind of also commonly call it the Mandalore plot arc. Where is it? Here it is. I think this is a fine arc. It's probably top of B. It's just a fine introduction to the Mandalorian culture. I think is really cool. I know a lot of people have criticisms of this arc, saying that this ruined Mandalorians and it ruined Jango Fett. Like, why would the Mandalorians be these neutral people? Leave, I'll be back on mobile. All right, Killer B. Yeah, see you in a bit. See you in a little bit. Yeah, I know that was a common criticism of Mandalorians at the time. Is like, okay, why would they be neutral? Like, what happened to their warrior heritage? But the show, these episodes very clearly spell it out, where it's like, okay, yeah, the Mandalorians were a war society, and it destroyed the planet. So now you have the neutral Mandalorians, the pacifist Mandalorians, who are trying to rebuild their society, and then you have some who stick to their old ways. So yeah, I think that the pacifist Mandalorian stuff is a really cool concept, and again, it doesn't destroy anything. It adds on to the Mandalorian culture, because right here, look at this. We have a bunch of Mandalorians in Mandalorian armor. These aren't the pacifists. I think Pre Vizsla being introduced as the governor that does betray Satine is really cool. I feel like it's kind of a forgotten part of Pre Vizsla's history, is that he was the governor of Concordia. Wait, was it Concordia? I think it was. Oh yeah. But yeah, so I really do enjoy the introduction of Pre Vizsla. I think that he's a very compelling villain, especially with his connections to Death Watch, with him leading Death Watch. It's very, very cool stuff. Obi-Wan's interactions with Satine were really cool. Yeah, I know I just alluded to it before, but yeah, I know people had lots of criticisms of the first episode, The Mandalore Plot, with the Jango Fett thing that they considered a retcon, but it's not a retcon. When Obi-Wan is speaking to Almec, excuse me, he's speaking to Almec, and he's talking about how he's encountered a Mandalorian before, and you say that it's Jango Fett, and then Almec is like, oh, Jango Fett was a common bounty hunter. How he got that armor is beyond me. And I remember, even as a kid, because again, this was about 2009, so I would have been probably about 7. I remember that people were so upset by this. They were like, oh my gosh, they just ruined Jango Fett. All that history of the books and the games, it's all gone. They ruined Jango. But no, why, if you're Almec or if you're Satine or whatever, why would you condone Jango Fett as a part of your society if he did what he did, right? If he worked with the Separatists and whatnot, and he went on to be a bounty hunter. So of course you would like kind of throw him under the bus. Yeah, no, Jango still has all of his stuff, and in Mandalorian with the Jango Fett armor that Boba has with the with his chain code, it's like, yeah, Jango was never just a common bounty hunter. He was always a Mandalorian, a foundling. So yeah, I mean, Mando essentially confirms this again because Dan was not say, yeah, right. It was just the Splinter Group. So yeah, again, Mandalore Plot is a fine episode. Voyage of Temptation, I believe, is the next episode. And Voyage of Temptation's a fine episode. It's got some interesting combat sequences, like with Anakin and the clones fighting against the assassin droids. And the hallway scenes when they're fighting against the super battle droids that board the ship. Anakin, again, with his little Imperial March motif is always a fun treat when he kills the senator. And what? He was going to blow up the ship. Great moment there from Anakin in season 2. Yeah, Voyage of Temptation, and then with the little spider bot when they're in the in like the banquet scene, and Obi-Wan's got it, held under a container, and he's bringing it toward each of the senators to see how they'd react or how the droid reacts, and it's just a very clever scene. I feel like that might be like, I don't know, it feels so like, what's what I'm looking for? It feels like very easy and like simple. It's like, of course the droid wouldn't like try to attack its master, but I think it's a very like smart thing for what they were trying to convey with the story. Story of Jango and how he's changed over the years is the coolest part of Legends of Canon. Absolutely. Yeah, Jango is such a rich history that yeah, I know lots of people are pretty bummed out that it seemed like it was being retconned out of the stuff with Almec's line, but no. No, it never was. Again, it was just Almec protecting the pacifist Mandalorians stuff, because if Jango Fett ended up being a bad guy that worked with Count Dooku, then maybe Obi-Wan would be like, okay, well maybe the Mandalorians are behind this. Obviously he wouldn't think that, but it might be a thought that creeps in his mind. So so them throwing Jango under the bus and saying that he was never a part of their society kind of alleviates the blame on them. But anyway, yeah, Voyage of Temptation, very solid episode, I think. And then Duchess of Mandalore, I think, is okay. Duchess of Mandalore is probably why this ends up in B. It just feels like it belongs in season 3 in the Senate Murders arc. Where is that? Where did I put that? This one, Heroes on Both Sides. It kind of feels like it belongs in an arc like this, but I still think it's a fine episode. So yeah, the Mandalore arc, the introduction to the Mandalore arc, I think is a solid outing, especially the first 2 episodes, introducing Death Watch, introducing Satine's importance and all this. But yeah, I think the 3rd episode is just kind of a Senate Murders episode, just in a different way. Still believe he was doing his evil deeds back then. Oh yeah, he definitely was. He absolutely was. It was pretty much, yeah, just his whole bounty hunter career. It's him doing his evil deeds. So that's the Mandalore arc, and then on to the next one. What do we have next? Okay, so we're rounding out season 2 here with the Boba Fett's Revenge. Um, Boba's Revenge is a pretty solid two-part or three-parter. I don't know why I keep thinking it's a two-parter. I keep forgetting Lethal Trackdown. Um, I'd probably put it at top of B. Um, Great introduction for Boba. Very cool that they got Daniel Logan to play Boba. It's so fitting. He portrayed Boba as a kid in Attack of the Clones. Why wouldn't you bring him in to voice Boba like 1 year later? Still as a kid in Clone Wars. Very, very great call on their part to bring in Daniel Logan. Yeah, Death Trap is the first episode of this arc. Death Trap is a very, very good episode with Boba sneaking in as a part of the cadet crew who are getting a tour of the Jedi ship. And him, splitting off, coming back to the group, splitting off again to try to set up the trap to kill Mace. Boba does a lot on his own, and he brings down an entire Republic ship on his own, which is pretty unbelievable. Yeah, very, very good outing for Boba, especially with this being his first, like, big deal, chronologically, his first, like, big mission. Daniel Logan seriously lost his Kiwi accent, has he? Okay, so, because I think it was Celebration 2 years ago, when he was talking about, he was doing some panel at Celebration in 2023. I can't remember, but I remember listening to him and be like, okay, like when he says names, like when he says Tem's name, when he says Tamara Morrison, like the accent kicks back in. But when he's just normally speaking, I can definitely see how it's like, yeah, he's kind of lost it over the years. But when he needs to bring it back, I think he can for sure. Like when he voices Mox in Paths Unknown and Bad Batch. Boba the unaltered clone that went missing in the hit show of Bad Batch Season 1, Episode 9. There we go. Maybe one day Omega and Boba will meet. It's not really a necessary part of their story, but maybe one day. But anyway, yeah. Death Trap is a very solid episode. Again, Boba's sole mission to kill Mace, and he does an amazing job of getting close. I love Admiral Killian, I think is his name. He's got some great chemistry with Boba as well as just the rest of the crew in general. He's a great tour guide. He seems like a very hard-edged admiral, but he's a pretty good tour guide, I will say. And then we also see the clone. I think it's Niner might be his name. He's the one that leads the cadets around. The clone with the worst haircut in the history of the Grand Army of the Republic. Or is his name Niner? It's Niner or Silver, I want to say, but I want to say it's Niner. Because I know O-Niner is the sergeant in Rookies that dies to the commando droids, but I think Niner is the one that's leading the cadets around. Anyway, so again, then moving into R2 Come Home, which is a pretty great outing for R2, just completely messing with the bounty hunter squad. That was a lot of fun. A lot of fun, just R2 just trolling them, grabbing the grenade off of the back of the one clone and just dropping it down the elevator shaft and launching the fighters and all that. Niner is a Legends clone command. I do not. Yeah, Niner. Yeah, because he's a part of Omega. I think that's also the name of the clone guide guy. I'm pretty sure that his name is also Niner, but clones having the same name is a long-standing tradition. Like there's like 3 different clones named Fox, you know. Yarny that Boba could be taking orders from him in the Empire. Yeah, right. Boba Fett's a cold-blooded murderer who worked with the Empire. Yeah, R2 Come Home is also just a very, very good episode. I love how R2, like, I don't know why I always think about this one scene when R2 is trying to escape and go to Coruscant, when he's going for the hyperspace ring, and he ends up in the one where it's like they were trying to blow up Mace's, I think, and then he ends up in Anakin's, and it's like, oh, of course he'd go into Anakin's. Like, the bounty hunters don't know that it's just R2. They think it's Mace. So it's like R2 immediately going for Anakin's just feels right. Bell and Niner as well, RB, that's a great shout as well. Bell and Niner on in Lair of Grievous. Yep, you're absolutely right. So yeah, again, just a pretty long-standing tradition of clones getting the same name for sure. Um, but and then yeah, then we get one instance of the wolf pack being the rescuers. I think this is the first time, because they get rescued the one time in the Malevolence arc, and then they would go on to be the rescuers for the rest of the show. um, Let me see something here real quick. I think that the Dynasty Warriors 7 music just ended. Yes, it did. Let's go ahead and put on, was this Dynasty Warriors 8? I believe. Yep, okay. Lubu theme. That's what we're starting with. All right, anyway. So again, like I was saying, R2 being a troll, the wolf pack, there we go. Back on track. The wolf pack being the rescuers instead of the rescuees is a great spin there, because they're the ones rescuing Anakin and Mace. Yeah, just a solid episode, I think. I think a very, very solid episode. Already made the Wolfpack back in Malevolence. Oh, there you go. Wait, who says that? Time for the rescuers to do some rescuing. That's Jazz. Jazz in Transformers. There we go. I was trying to think of a line that I was thinking, time for the rescuers to do some rescue. I think it's Jazz in Fall of Cybertron, maybe. Anyway. So that's R2 Come Home. Very, very solid episode. And then we have Lethal Trackdown, which is also very good. It's rounding out the Boba Fett story. Lots of fun connections get introduced here with Hondo's connection to Jango, having Slave One, which is really cool. Boba Fett Starship. Boba Fett Starship, let's make that clear, I guess, right? It's called Boba Fett Starship. It's not called Slave One, it's called Boba Fett Starship. Then we have Plo Koon having some awesome moments. This is another one of those episodes, kind of like Landing at Point Rain, where it's like, wow, so much happens in 25 minutes. Where him and Ahsoka go to the underworld, trying to put some clues together as to where Aurra Sing and Boba Fett are. Commander Pons getting killed, RIP to the GOAT. Yeah, I was a big Commander Pons fan back in the day. Again, he was probably my favorite clone out of the group, so him dying was very sad. But I loved, so one scene only like really sticks out in my mind. It's when they're at the table. Plo Koon is at one end. I think Aurra Sing's at the other. You have Boba Fett's behind Plo with the blaster pointed at his head. Ahsoka's in the room. I can't remember what she's doing at the time, but Boba's it's like, I'm not a murderer, I want justice, and Plo Koon saying, we are justice. It's just, wow, like one of the coolest lines ever. It's like Plo Koon just became Batman, or to say that he is justice. So yeah, it's insane. Insane line there from Plo. Too late, it's called Slave One, the episode. Yep. I think it is in that very same episode, yeah. Because it might be called that in R2 Come Home as well. Apparently in Legends, Aurra was Force sensitive. Yep, that is right. That is absolutely correct. Which, yeah, that's an interesting thing, because I remember her figure for the Saga collection came with a lightsaber. So yeah, that would have been a cool thing to explore, maybe in the Assassin episode with on Alderaan. But yeah, Lethal Trackdown, very, very fun time. With the speeder chase with Ahsoka going after Aurra, getting onto Slave One, cutting off the wing, or being presumably dead. Great action piece. You know what? This might actually be A. I think I'm moving this up to A. It's a very good arc. Individually, each episode is really good. I feel like as an arc, it feels weird. I don't know if I can make that make sense with me saying that, but it's like individually, each 3 episodes are all extremely good. But I feel like as an arc, it's kind of weird. It's just each story tells a very complete thing. I feel like, where it's Boba trying to kill Mace, he fails, goes off with Aurra, right? And then R2 Come Home. the Jedi go to the crash, they get trapped, then at the end they get rescued by Ahsoka and the Wolfpack. And then in Lethal Trackdown, they're after Boba, they find him on Florum, and then at the end they capture him. It's just, every episode feels complete in a way. Unlockable in Force Unleashed. She was not in Force Unleashed. Yeah, I'm not sure. But there is definitely stuff about her in Legends that wasn't really expanded upon about her being Force sensitive. It was her being Force sensitive in the same way that it was Jango is Force sensitive, right? Where they use that talent to be extremely good at bounty hunting. But yeah, Boba arc, I mean, it's one of the two. It's on the border, I think, between A and B, I think. All right, so that is the Boba's Revenge arc, and then I believe we move on to Season 3 with the Mandalore Corruption arc. The only thing I remember about this is Almec is corrupt, Padme and Satine raid a storehouse that's got a bunch of smugglers in it, and Satine has a nephew named Corky, and that's all I know about, all I remember about this arc. It's not very great. Probably right about there, I'd say. Probably about C tier. I think the Padme episode is pretty cool. I like what they're doing with Mandalore, having it's like, okay, Mandalore keeps getting pushed, right? Like in the first arc, it's the Death Watch threat. In this, it's the corruption where it's like the smugglers are bringing in stuff, the water supply is being poisoned. That stuff's really cool. And then you have Olmec, which really ups the ante, and then eventually you get to the Maul stuff, right? So I appreciate Mandalore's like slow descent. This was just kind of a lull in that overarching story, I feel like. So yeah, I don't really care for the this episode, the Academy, but the one with Padme and Satine is cool. So yeah, I think it's a C tier. Yeah, I don't think I've watched those episodes in a very, very long time as well. I just remember bits and pieces about them, but enough to make an educated placement on them, I think. Okay, and now we have the Rescuing Zero arc, which contains Hostage Crisis, which in the lineup of episodes is the last episode of Season 1. And then we have Hunt for Zero. And was there one more? Let me see. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I missed the first one. It's Evil Plans, Hostage Crisis, and Hunt for Zero. Right. So, yeah, this arc does a pretty interesting thing. A very similar thing to Clone Cadets, actually, which is interesting because it's also Season 3 and Season 1, where the first episode, Evil Plans and Clone Cadets, are the beginning of this arc. Then you go back to Season 1 for the next episode of the arc, and then come back to the episode right after in Season 3 to finish the arc. Yeah, I think the Hunt for Zero arc is fine. I think Hostage Crisis, I think Evil Plans is a pretty not substantial episode. It's just R2 and 3PO on a Coruscant adventure. They get kidnapped, and that's it. That's the only thing to take away from that episode. Hostage Crisis is a very good episode. I think it's a great, I know I said it's not the best like first showing of Cad Bane, but is a great showing of Cad Bane nonetheless. Him working with Aurra Sing and all that, and the rest of the bounty hunters. Anakin having to adjust without a lightsaber and having to figure that out and failing is interesting. And that coming back to play at the end of the episode is a lot of fun. Yeah, the Hostage Crisis just feels like a very big moment because the bounty hunters are attacking the Senate building on Coruscant. They are all held captive, and Palpatine has no choice but to give in. And this is one of those episodes where Palpatine is not involved at all in the scheming of this, right? Because you can look at the Clone Wars for most things and see how Palpatine was involved in bringing these plans together, right? But in this case, he had no knowledge of this. This was all completely out of his hands, which I think is awesome. That really lends itself to the arc, I think, where like, again, he's not privy to the plans of the bounty hunters. He doesn't know what they want. Like, Palpatine or Sidious, neither of them know. And Anakin could potentially die. Padme could potentially die. So that would throw off all of his plans. So he actually has to give in to the bounty hunters. Willingly. Like, it's not like it's, it's like, oh yeah, I'm just playing chess ahead of the curve here. No, he actually has to make these real choices to protect his interests, which allows Zero to be freed. Because yeah, this was all a Hutt plan. It was all the Hutt cartels that were planning this to free Zero. So yeah, I think it's just a very, very cool way to show that Palpatine wasn't fully in control of the war. He was in control of the war, but he wasn't in control of everything, So yeah, I think Hostage Crisis is a very solid episode, and then Hunt for Zero is cool. It's fine. It's actually, I'll probably bump this up to here. B maybe. With this being the only appearance of Quinlan Vos in Clone Wars, I think it's a pretty solid outing for him. He has some great moments with Obi-Wan. They have a lot of really good banter. They have some really fun moments, especially, Quinlan, like, kicking down the door to Zero's, his dad's house, or is his mom's house or his dad's house? I can't remember. I think it was his mom. Yeah, it was his mom's house. Quinlan, like, cutting open the door, kicking it down. It's just, yeah, Quinlan is just, he's awesome. I really wish we got the Dark Disciple 8-part arc. Yeah, just great showing for Quinlan. And then Cy Snoodles getting a leading role in this episode is crazy. Who would have thought back in 1983 that this random singer character would actually get a proper role? And, or wait, because she had the prosthetics, but maybe, I can't remember if she was only in the special edition release or not. Maybe, I don't know. But anyway, who thought back then that Cy Snoodles would get a leading role in an episode of Clone Wars? That's insane. But yeah, then her killing Zero, killing him off, which was a tragedy, a true tragedy. How dare they kill off Zero the Hutt? And then, yeah, then another Cad Bane fight sequence with Obi-Wan and Quinlan, which was an amazing sequence. Yeah, Cad Bane got quite a good showing in season 2 and these early bits of season 3, which is a lot of fun. So yeah, I think Hunt for Zero arc is probably right about there. Then we have the Separatist Senate arc, the Heroes on Both Sides arc, which is a good one. It's a very good one. I know I talked about before in the last stream, the all media stream, where I was like, oh, I wish that we got more of what Attack of the Clones was really trying to convey, and that's what this was. Talking about the Senate splitting off from the Republic, introducing some really interesting, compelling characters, and having just really good character growth moments for Ahsoka, for Padme in quite a few ways, introducing Lux Bonteri, Mina Bonteri, very cool characters, which we can tie this back to the hit Disney Plus series The Bad Batch, because Tawny Ames mentions Mina Bonteri in the treaty that they were trying, this peace treaty they were trying to sign with the Republic. So there we go, another Bad Batch connection. You love to see it. So yeah, I think that this Senate arc does a lot for fleshing out the Senate for the Separatists, because before this you just look, okay, yeah, the Separatists are just the bad guys. They're the conquerors. They go and take over planets, and then they get beat at the end of Revenge of the Sith. But there's a lot more to it than that with the actual Separatist Senate, with different senators who align with different Republic senators' views, and they don't want the war to go on either. But sometimes their hand just gets forced to continue the fighting. And then the episode when Commander Fox is just the biggest idiot ever and lets the droids in, some might say that Commander Fox is the reason why the Clone War is still going on, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, so Fox letting the droids in destroy the generators, then it's like, oh yeah, this was a Separatist attack, and then the war must continue. I also like the Old Republic mention. I think it was some of the Banking Clan senators and the Trade Federation senators with Lot Dod in them. Lot Dod's like, Coruscant has not been attacked in over 1,000 years. It's like, oh, that was a fun little Old Republic mention there, with the Sith attacking Coruscant. So yeah, lots of really fun moments in this arc, and also we get some new updated models, as you can see back here. Ahsoka gets her new animation model, and Anakin also makes an appearance with his updated model as well. This was when Clone Wars really started to up the ante on their models for different characters, which is awesome. So yeah, and then we have so it's, let me see here. The episodes are Heroes on Both Sides, which is the Bonteri episode, which is a really good one. Pursuit of Peace, which I believe is the when Bail Organa gets attacked by those bounty hunters, and Padme has to give the speech to try and cut down clone production, I believe was the push. And then there's Senate Murders, which is when Akhenaten Far gets murdered. R.I.P. to the goat. So yeah, pretty solid arc. I think excuse me. Senate Murders is definitely the lesser of this arc. It's not even really a part of the arc. It's kind of like people including the assassin episode with this. They're pretty separate, but they just have similar themes with it being a Senate focused episode. And getting some cool Padme character moments along with Bail and them. And also that cop, I can't remember his name right now, but the Coruscant cop, who is just like your stereotypical like uptight, snobby police officer. It's just such a fun character, Detective something. Can't remember what his name was, but yeah, fun character there. So yeah, I think it's a high B, probably around here maybe. Maybe above Christophsis. Probably around there, I'd say. Very fun arc. Alright, then after the Senate arc, we have the Night Sisters arc, introducing the Witches of Dathomir to the Clone Wars. Introducing Savage Opress, introducing, or wrapping up a lot of loose ends from prior seasons, which is fun. Let's see, where is it? Oh, it's right here. This arc's pretty good. We must let the wheels in the Senate turn. Was that a line in one of them? Was that... Is it Palpatine who says that or something? Or is it one of the Banking Clan guys? I don't know. Yeah, the Night Sisters arc is very good. I'd probably put it right around here. Or above Grievous Intrigue, maybe? Maybe right around there. So we have Night Sisters, which is the first episode of the arc. Then we have Monster, and then we have Witches of the Mist, which is a very cool name for a title of an episode. Night Sister introduces, or it starts off with a really cool battle. I think it was the Battle of Sullust, I want to say. I think it's Sullust that they're fighting at. Yeah, just a very cool battle set piece. Just your average Republic versus Separatist, just the ships facing one another, just blasting at each other. Very awesome battle. Couple more updated character models, with Ventress getting her season 3 model, which is based off of the micro series. Very cool nod there, and she also has the same ship that she's flying as well. It's the same ship that she used on Mutilanst. And then Obi-Wan also gets updated as well, which is a lot of fun. But yeah, Sidious basically saying, all right, Dooku, your apprentice is a little too tough now. Time to cut her loose. Dooku does so. He betrays Ventress, leaves her for dead. But she gets picked up by pirates or scavengers or something. And then she goes to Dathomir, links up with Mother Talzin and that tribe. And we'd go on to try and assassinate Dooku on Sereno, which was also a very cool... I think that was our first time seeing Sereno as well, I want to say. I remember that was used in the Clone Wars Season 3 trailer when they try to assassinate Dooku. Also Delta Squad, but we'll get to that in a second. Yeah, where like the 3 assassins are there, the 3 or 4 Night Sisters, and Dooku like leaps down into the middle and like activates his lightsaber. I remember that was used in the trailer quite a bit. But yeah, the assassination attempt on Dooku is an awesome fight sequence. Dooku blind is still like absolutely going to town. It just shows how powerful Dooku is. Because I feel like Dooku had probably been criticized quite a bit prior to that, in seasons 1 and 2, where it's like, oh yeah, Dooku's just kind of whatever, he's just there. But this was a really good outing for Dooku. And then the arc was the first time we got to see Dooku fight in the show after the movie. Was it? I think you're right. Cause yeah, in Dooku Captured, he doesn't actually do any lightsaber combat. So yeah, that's right. Yeah, because he just shoots lightning at Anakin when they're going down the elevator shaft. Yeah, wow, that's crazy. I hadn't actually thought about it like that. That's insane. 3 seasons into the Clone Wars, and it's the first time we're actually seeing Dooku fight in the actual show. That's crazy. Wow. Huh. Well, there you go. Yeah, that fight sequence is exceptionally done. I really like that fight sequence in Castle Sereno. And then Monster, when they pick out Savage Opress out of the crowd. Very good episode as well there with them going through the trials. It just felt so fresh, for Clone Wars at the time. The Clone Wars was doing a lot of different things before season 3, but this felt like a real shift where it's like, okay, one thing or the other. Like, yeah, we have pirates, and every now and again we'll get bounty hunters, but this does still feel like it ties into the Republic versus Separatist type thing, and the Mandalorians as well. Like, there are a bunch of individual things that are isolated, like, again, pirates, bounty hunters, Mandalorians, the Hutts, but those are very few and far between, I feel like. But this felt like a real shift where it's like, okay, now we're going to Zabrak stuff and Night Sister stuff, which is just really cool. I remember watching a compilation, before season came out, of all of his fight scenes. I was surprised that they started at season 3. Yeah, I would be too. Yeah, that's pretty surprising. Of course, I know they just didn't include the movie. Yeah, it's whatever. It's their first time doing a lightsaber fight with Count Dooku, so there you go. Not really worth being included, but yeah, so Monster's a great episode, great introduction to Savage, and then having him being trained by Dooku. This is another episode. I think Monster is another episode where it's like, okay, this all happens in 25 minutes. It's insane. Savage gets trained by Ventress and them, gets sent off to Dooku, has his or even before that, he has his ritual where he gets really beefed up, goes off to Dooku, then goes to Deveron to go kill Master What's-His-Face and his Padawan Nox. I only remember Nox, the Padawan. Anyway. But yeah, and then we have the infamous Commander Trauma, who looks very cool. It's an ARF Trooper commander. It's like, oh, this clone looks awesome. I'm sure he'll go on to do great things. Runs right into Savage and gets absolutely destroyed. So yeah, R.I.P. to that guy. And then you have Witches of the Mist, which is interesting. Well, the start of it's pretty interesting because you start off with Delta Squad, which is really cool. Like, bringing in Delta Squad into the show, a nice little cameo for the Republic Commando lovers out there, which, that's all really well and good stuff. They show up for maybe about 20 seconds and then they never show up again. I remember so vividly that trailer. The trailer for season 3 coming out, Delta Squad was featured in there. I remember watching reaction videos when the trailer was revealed. It was at like a Comic-Con or something, and people were going nuts for Delta Squad. And then that was it. You'd never see him again. Which also, that's a reference to the hit Disney Plus series, The Bad Batch, because Scorch shows up in that. So there you go. But yeah, so Witches of the Mist having the Clone Commando show up at the beginning, having Delta Squad show up at the beginning is just very funny in hindsight, just because that was it. But the rest of the episode is very good as well, with Yeah, there we go. Tell Squad includes Scorch from the Disney Plus series Bad Batch Season 1, Episode 14, and Season 2, Episode 11, and Season 2, Episode 16, and Season 3, the entirety of Season 3, basically. Not the entirety, but you know what I mean. Excuse me. So yeah, Witch is the Mist, great combat sequences with Savage, Ventress, and Dooku. Savage, Anakin, and Obi-Wan. There's some really cool fight scenes happening there. Again, it just makes the show feel even bigger than it was before, just having this random Zabrak Sith Lord going after Anakin and Obi-Wan. It's just very cool stuff. Which we know they claimed it wasn't him until... Well, they did release in Season 2, when new characters would show up in Season 2 on socials, they'd release like little posters. And after Metamorphosis, they released a poster of Scorch that said Scorch. But in the actual show, his name wasn't said until Season 3. That trailer is a Sith plot to get more views. Back in 2011, they were fiending for the views. They wanted the Delta Squad, the bump from Delta Squad. Who can blame them, right? But yeah, the lightsaber combat in this episode is exceptionally good, and also wrapping up the Toydarian arc I think is really cool. Because they didn't need to do that. It was just Dooku's like, all right, Savage, you're gonna go to Toydaria and you're gonna capture King Katunko. And then that just wraps up that arc. They're claiming he wasn't Scorched back in Season 1. Yeah, well, they were wrong. They were trying to throw people off the trail. You don't make a clone that looks exactly like that and say it's not Scorched. That's just absurd. The only thing that was different about him was he was missing the things on his backpack, but no, that was 110% Scorch. Yeah, I remember like having to fight people in my comment section on my first Scorch video that I did about people saying that's not Scorch, that wasn't Scorch, they never said it was Scorch. And it's like, are you kidding me? You don't make a clone commando look exactly like that and say it's not. He showed up in Clone Wars. But anyway, so yeah, Witches of the Mist, again, very good episode. And then with Savage going off to find Maul. I love, again, I think I talked about it in the last stream, but I love when Yoda shows Obi-Wan the hologram of Savage and he's like, Darth Maul alive? Like his first thought is that Maul survived, which is a very fun little hint at the future, which was, yeah, very cool. All right, so that is the Night Sister arc. Let's move on here. The Mortis arc. We have arrived at the Mortis arc. And how many do we have left for you? How many is this? This is 5. Is that 9? 18. So we have 21 seasons, or 21 arcs left to go. 21 seasons. Oh no. 21 arcs left to go. All right. I think we're about halfway mark. So I'll try to get through a few of these a little quick, especially some of them. Okay. Mortis arc. Extremely good. Ghost of Mortis, Altar of Mortis, and I can't remember all the names. I wrote them down. Overlords, Altar of Mortis, and Ghost of Mortis. There we go. Overlords is the name. So yeah, Overlords, very great episode. Things get awry when the Jedi go to meet Rex, but Rex isn't there. Rex is there, but the Jedi aren't there. All that stuff. Great stuff. I love what this does with the Force. I talked about it so much in the last stream. So of course, if you haven't checked that out, go do so. But I talk a lot about how this arc especially recontextualized what we think about the Force, where it's like, okay, the Father, the Daughter, and the Son. What does that mean? Are they the Force? Are they just like how I think the Father says they're the planet, or they are just conduits with which the Force flows? But what does that mean? You know, like what do they control with the Force? Like, and then we have the Wills with the Yoda arc, which we'll get to. But it's very interesting what Mortis does for, again, how we think of the Force and how it's contextualized. The hit Disney XD show Star Wars Rebels Season 4, yep, with the wolves in the door and all of that. Yeah, Mortis is amazing. Mortis is an amazing arc. I love what it does for the Force. Even though, like, I'm someone who, like, I appreciate what Star Wars tries to tell me about the Force. It's not something I really, like, go crazy out of my way to learn everything about. But even with that in mind, where it's like, yeah, I'm not really, like, scouring Wikipedia trying to learn as much as I can about the Force. I'm doing it more for, like, battles and events and history and all that. I still love what this does for Star Wars. So that really, I think, influences my placement here. But yeah, Overlords is amazing with Anakin really showing his potential as the chosen one, because at that point they've been kind of not really believing that Anakin was actually the chosen one, because even Anakin's like, the chosen one is a myth. So even though Qui-Gon believed that Anakin was the chosen one and said that, I can't, did he say it when Anakin was actually in the room? I can't remember. Just watched Phantom Menace last week and I've already forgotten. Dang it. I can't remember if Qui-Gon actually said that he believes Anakin's the chosen one in that room with the council when Anakin is with them. Or wait, no. I think it's when it's right before, maybe. I don't know. But for Anakin to be around with the Jedi so long that he knows about the chosen one myth, but maybe he doesn't really know that it's him, or maybe there's some thoughts that it's him. I don't know. I really like that dialogue, though. I think it's a very cool exchange with him and the father. And so, yeah, and then it could have just ended there. It could have just been one episode that introduced these Force gods, and then they leave, and that's it. But nope. As they're flying away, Ahsoka gets captured, and then you have Altar of Mortis, which is also an exceptionally good episode. Despite all this, Kenobi still proclaims that Luke is the true chosen one. Yeah, well, first of all, Obi-Wan is wrong, but no, it's understandable from his standpoint why he would think that, though, right? Because the one person that his master said was the chosen one killed everybody. So it's like, you look at that and be like, okay, well, maybe not. Maybe this, bringer of death and destruction isn't actually the one to bring balance to the Force. So then he's like, okay, well, maybe. And then Yoda, with that scene when they're on the gunship with him, Mace, and Yoda, when Yoda says the prophecy may have been misread. So then in the back of Obi-Wan's mind after Luke is born, he's like, oh, maybe the prophecy actually said the offspring of this person is the chosen one. So it's understandable from Obi-Wan's point, because he hasn't seen Star Wars. Obi-Wan doesn't know that Vader does eventually bring balance, but anyway, yeah, Altar Mortis, very, very good episode. Ahsoka's got some great moments here. Anakin has some great moments. Everyone has great moments. It's a very limited cast, which allows for some really cool stuff. Sam Witwer does an amazing job as the son. Him being brought in to voice the son was such a great call, because very, very cool to have him, like this voice that we associate so much with Starkiller, come in and sort of voice this character that's very much a dark side wielder, and kind of takes from all kinds of different Sith over generations, takes from Palpatine, from Dooku, from Maul, takes all kinds of different things and brings it all together. I brought balance: 2 Jedi, 2 Sith, and a couple Inquisitors. That's right. That's right. So yeah, and then Altar Mortis is great with the Ahsoka death fake out again. At the time, watching this in 2011, it's like, oh my gosh, Ahsoka's actually dead. But then her coming back after the daughter imbues her energy into Ahsoka is just an awesome scene, sacrificing herself. And then they go on to face the sun, to try and kill the sun. And with Ghost of Mortis, when Anakin gets swayed to the dark side, sees the visions of the future, which, it's such an amazing scene. An amazing scene with the setting looking like Mustafar, getting all these visions of what he will do, and having, again, the reason why I chose this is pretty obvious. This is the one moment that really sticks out in everyone's minds when they think about the Mortis arc, is having the Vader mask show up behind Anakin. It's just absolutely unbelievably cool. Then Anakin going evil for a little bit to try and prevent what he does, which will ultimately be his undoing after this in Revenge of the Sith. In truth, it was for the better that scene was cut. Why would the embodiment of the Sith bow to a mere Sith Lord? Yeah, right? Like with Revan, right? Or, yeah. because I think it was Rev. I think Bane was also planned for it. But there definitely a deleted scene when he speaks to Revan, especially because you see like the mask and the hood and all that. I think Bane also was going to make an appearance, but I don't think that scene was actually like in process. But Revan's was. That is an actual deleted scene that you can find. So yeah, like yeah, why would this Sith like god bow down to just someone who's in the lineage of the Sith like a few thousand years ago? The sun has had to have existed from several thousand, several million, several billion years ago. So but yeah, so the Mortis arc does again amazing recontextualization of the Force, and especially for Anakin as well with his destiny as the chosen one. So yeah, that is the Mortis arc, and then we move on to the Citadel arc, which I know we talked about a little bit. Reggie, I think it was you that said that that you see the Citadel arc quite a bit higher than the Umbara arc, because, and I believe it was me that added on, where it's like everything feels like there are stakes to it with the Citadel arc. With Umbara, you can lose like 100 501st clones, and then the next episode, all of those numbers would be replenished. So this Umbara was much more about a interpersonal clone relationship and how they differentiate between the general. But for the Citadel is absolutely amazing. Where is it? Where's Citadel? Oh, it's right here. This is the shot that I chose for. I could have gone with many different shots for this, but I just wanted to go with this. It just kind of fit the tone. I was contemplating going with the messed up Echo helmet after the explosion, but I decided to just go with this. Citadel is absolutely amazing. Top of A or S? I think Citadel is S tier. When I go back and watch season 3, this is the one thing I look forward to the most. Every time I've gone back and watched season 3 on DVD, even just times when I wasn't watching the entire season, I would choose the one disc that has the Citadel arc, just because I wanted to watch that more than anything else on season 3. The idea behind what the Citadel is incredible. I love that we're bringing in an old Phantom Menace character that hadn't really gotten any spotlight in a visual media project with Evan Peele. Them having to go and rescue him, and for really good reason, because he knows the Nexus route. And it's him that he split the information with Tarkin. It's such cool dynamics and ideas with this. ARC Trooper Echo and Fives, reprogrammed battle droids, Obi-Wan and Anakin banter, Tarkin, a breakout, what's not to like? You nailed it right on the head, right? We're coming back with Echo and Fives. They haven't made an appearance since the stuff on Camino, so it's great to have them have another appearance in season 3, because they only had one appearance in season 1 and no appearances in season 2, so it's great to get them back. The reprogrammed battle droids have amazing banter with one another and R2. And 3PO, when he sees them, R2, you're being followed by battle droids. That's an amazing little exchange there between them. Just 3PO just completely blissfully unaware of the plan as usual. And Obi-Wan and Anakin, again, like you said, they have so much good banter with one another, like when they're going to be carbon frozen. Yeah, it's just an amazing setup, just an amazing premise to set up with this. The unimpenetrable fortress that you can never escape from. It's so airtight that you could never hope to escape, and they're going to do it. Yeah, love the premise. Only iconic character from that was not there was Hondo, a small price to pay for all this. Yeah, right. He wouldn't have fit at all, but no, you're very right. But yeah, so yeah, and then this team that we have, again, like I said, with Umbara, it's, you can look at it with like the battle itself, but again, like I said, 100 501st clones can die, and those numbers will be replenished in the next. But with this, that's not the case. You are going in with a select team of however many people, and then if clones die, which they do, that's it. Because by the end, I think there's maybe only 1 or 2 of your non-main character clones that survive. Maybe it's none of them. I can't remember. Because obviously you have Cody, Rex, and Fives who survive. But I think all of the rest of the clones might die before they actually escape. But anyways, yeah, so the Citadel episode, the first episode, with Ahsoka trying to get on board with the team. She's talking to Plo Koon. She wants to go on board. And then she eventually does end up on the mission and lying to Anakin and the gang about getting permission from Plo right before they left. It's such a great dynamic with them, where you're kind of anticipating Plo Koon's answer eventually, where it's like, okay, this whole mission now hinges on Ahsoka's success. Because now it's like, now she's the only one that can get through the vents, and she's the only one that can do this, that, and the other. And it's like, okay, well, good thing she was on the mission, but was she allowed? For my rewatch, I don't think any of them get out but the 3 named clones, minus Echo. Yeah, obviously, yeah. We don't count Echo right now. But yeah, for those main 3, for Fives, Rex, and Cody, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's just those 3. Because everyone else just gradually dies throughout the mission. But yeah, first, then Ahsoka pretty much, again, being a necessary part of the mission now as the plan continues to change is a really cool change of pace. Because sometimes you'll look at these like, Geonosis, right? Where it's like, okay, we're going to infiltrate the weapons factory, blow it up, and get out. And then they do that. There's not really too many hitches in the plan itself. But with the Citadel, it's like, okay, we're going to climb the wall. Oh no, it's ray shielded. We didn't know about the ray shield. So now Ahsoka has to go through the vent. It's really cool how adaptive they are as the plan continues to fall apart. James Arnold Taylor does an amazing job as Ozzy Sobek, a great Christopher Walken, Scarface inspired villain. I know James Arnold Taylor has said that in interviews before, where he really based his performance with Ozzy Sobek off of Christopher Walken and Scarface, which is very fitting, very fitting. So yeah, great character work, great setting. Lola Sayu is an amazing planet. From stowaway to the most vital asset due to knowing the information. Yep, at the end, yeah, when Evan Peel gives her the info. Yeah, absolutely. So then, yeah, when the team splits off into 2, go off to try to evac and get to R2 in the shuttle. Counterattack is an amazing episode. Great, just more Citadel shenanigans of them trying to climb through the vents, trying to navigate the wastelands of Lola Sayu. It's awesome stuff. Getting to the landing pad, that whole battle sequence at the landing pad is awesome. Echo's sacrifice, obviously incredibly memorable for all the right reasons. I remember watching it vividly. I remember watching Counterattack vividly, because I had a friend who would every now and again have a sleepover at my place. And we'd watch Clone Wars on Fridays, kind of like how I did with the first episode of the whole show with Cat and Mouse, where it's like I remember we were watching the episode and then Echo died. It was just like, no. Yeah, the most violent death of a clone in this arc being literally split in half. Yep. Absolutely split apart off screen. Yeah, even though it's off screen, so it's not like you can actually visualize it, but I think it's better that way. It's better when you leave it to the imagination, where you see the clone struggling to get up and the door blocks your view, and then you hear the cut, and it's brutal. It's brutal. So Counterattack again with Echo's sacrifice, just a very memorable moment, and Fives just being so heartbroken over it is great. Even though he doesn't really mention it for the rest of ever, him having sort of the last word, one of the last lines of the episode, just kind of feels like him sort of losing hope now that Echo's dead. Because he's like, how are we going to cross this terrain is, impossible to cross. How are we going to get to the rendezvous? And it's like, he feels very like hopeless. And then when they set off, he stops and looks back towards the Citadel before heading off again. It's like, yeah, I'm glad Fives got that little moment. Because before that, he wasn't too important. Like, they had ARC troopers, they had rookies, and that was kind of it for them too. Like, obviously they had a few moments in Clone Cadets, but not really anything substantial. Um, but yeah, it's mostly in Rookies and in ARC Troopers where they have their moment, but now like Five's getting a bit of a solo moment there. It was a lot of fun. Um, yeah, so there's Counterattack, and then with Citadel Rescue, again, another amazing episode, them trying to get to the rendezvous point, which has several different versions of how Ozzy Sobek dies, which is interesting. Either Tarkin kills him, Ahsoka kills him, or he like falls into the lava or something. There's so much that happens to Ozzy Sobek there with his death. Domino Squad's like poetry. Fives never mentions Echo after the Citadel, and Echo never mentions Fives in, the hit Disney Plus series, The Bad Batch. Yep. There we go. Yeah, which breaks my heart. And also in the hit Disney Plus series, Star Wars The Clone Wars, the final season as well, which we'll get to. That also hurts my ranking of The Bad Batch, but, we'll get to that. But anyway, so yeah, Citadel Rescue, absolutely amazing. Once again, the Wolf Pack coming into rescue to save the day. Once again, taking that role with Plo Koon and them blowing past the blockade, which is an amazing space set piece. And yeah, then Evan Peel dies, passes the information to Ahsoka. She shares it with Tarkin. And then, yeah, I think it's obviously it's not blatantly said, but it's cool how them two, like, you know that Palpatine eventually gets that both halves of the information because the Separatists attack Coruscant, because the Nexus route is a backdoor to Coruscant that the Separatists do not know about. So then Palpatine learns about it, gives it to Dooku so that they can attack Coruscant using that backdoor. So it's kind of a fun little hint at the future as well that the Citadel arc does. I don't even need to look at my notes of what arc is next. I know it's the Ahsoka Lost arc, which I think is a good arc. Nothing too crazy. I think the first battle on Felucia is pretty cool. Her getting captured by Trandoshan's is again another factor, another faction, I should say, into this big galactic conflict that at the time you're only thinking, again, with this episode, with these first arcs of the show with Christophsis, you're thinking, okay, Republic versus Separatists. But now you have the Hutts, you have the Trandoshans, you have the Mandalorians, you have the Night Sisters, you have all kinds of different factors playing into this. Literally everything Hondo coming into the rescue and saying, "Your evac is here, Kenobi." Yeah, right. Wouldn't that be something? Could you imagine if Hondo came in like that? Yeah, that would've been great. But yeah, so Ahsoka getting captured, having to use the lessons of Anakin to survive with the other Padawans is really, really cool. She has good interactions with them. They feel very hopeless. Ahsoka's that light of inspiration for them. And yeah, I think the first episode is fine. I think the first battle on Felucia is probably my favorite part of the episode. And then towards the end of the arc, when they find Chewbacca, get him as a part of their team, and they fight against the Trandoshans, get the message out to the Wookiees and the bounty hunters who come in to save the day. That's really cool stuff. And Ahsoka fighting the Trandoshan leader. That's all very, very cool. Also the whatever his name is, like Dar or something, right? When Ahsoka kills the leader's son, and he has a pretty brutal death as well. He just falls on like a sharp object on the ground, right? So yeah, it's pretty brutal. Definitely season 3 onward, they were up in the ante with the brutality meter. So yeah, then yeah, introducing Chewbacca into the series is really cool. It was something that they did that just felt right, because obviously Chewbacca was around at this time, as he was there for the Battle of Kashyyyk in Episode 3. So, it would make sense to have a Wookiee be involved on Trandosha with the Trandoshans. Or, I can't remember if they were actually on Trandosha or on one of its moons. I think it's one of the moons, where they do all the hunting. And, so yeah, it's cool to have, like, this galactic connections where it's like, yeah, Kashyyyk is right next to Trandosha. They hate each other. So having Chewbacca be there just makes sense. So yeah, really, really cool stuff. Great ending to season 3, having Ahsoka, praise Anakin for the lessons that he taught her, because with that she was able to survive and help others survive. So yeah, very very good ending. I think top of B is a pretty fitting place for that. And then we have season 4, which starts out with the Battle of Mon Cala. I didn't need to look at my notes for that. Why did I do that? I know season 4 starts off with this. Oh my goodness, why is it doing this again? It's weird. Anyway, Battle of Mon Cala is pretty solid. Not anything too crazy. It's probably towards here at the top of B. Great seeing Akbar in the series. That's really cool. Getting Senator Tills, right? Senator Tills. I think she's the Mon Calamari, or Mon Cala, I should say. Mon Cala senator. Getting stuff with the Quarren's really cool. Riff Tamsin, the shark guy, that's the Separatist leader. He's got some really cool moments. Just going out and chomping up calamari soldiers. Getting to the point in the battle where they have to bring in other aquatic species like the Gungans is a really interesting thing that I never really thought would have ever happened for something that's so like such like an homage piece to the micro series with Kit Fisto on Mon Cala. So like having the Gungans be involved and Jar Jar and them and Padme showing up Padme was there in the beginning, but anyway, so it's just this big battle with clones, Gungans, and Mon Cala against Quarren and droids. It's very very cool stuff. Very solid arc. Doesn't really do anything to really push the boundaries in any way, I think, but it's just a fun time. And also in this arc, I include the Shadow Warrior episode when they're on Naboo, just because it feels like a natural conclusion, because the Gungans were involved with the battle, so now the Separatists are trying to ally with the Gungans, if possible. So yeah, very, very, also, yeah, I think Shadow Warrior is a lot of fun as well. I have a lot of fun with that episode. Anakin having some cool moments fighting Dooku again. Grievous Grievous versus the Gungans, which is, I think for me, is such an iconic moment in Clone Wars. For the Gungans, they get absolutely destroyed by Grievous until Captain Tarpal sacrifices himself, allowing that opening for the Gungans to just decimate Grievous and take him captive. And what many people might not recognize at the time, but it's one of those narrow miss moments where Grievous is captured by the Gungans, Anakin is captured by the Separatists, they do the trade, and it's a moment where they narrowly miss each other, because Anakin's unconscious, Grievous doesn't care because he's angry he got beat by Gungans. So they almost met each other, but did not, so it perseveres, or it saves the Revenge of the Sith line about them meeting for the first time, which I thought was a really fun way to tease it. But yeah, the Mon Cala arc I think is a solid B. We're gonna move on to the R2 and 3PO Nomad Droids adventure, but before we do that, I'm just gonna take another quick water break. All right, we are back. Excuse me. Okay, so yes, so we are on to the R2 and 3PO Nomad Droids adventure. The first mission, or the first episode of this Mercy mission, I have a lot of appreciation for. I have a lot of fun with that episode. I love Commander Wolf's he's just so over it. No, this is not down here. I'd probably put this maybe right before Christophsis. I love how Wolf is just so fed up with everything 3PO has to do or say. He just wants to get this over with so that they can get back to the front lines. Excuse me. And yeah, so 3PO is having to contend with the Wolf stuff, with the Aline people, with R2 doing stuff, and then they're uncovering this ancient mystery as to why all these quakes are happening. They solve the quakes, and they're trying to explain this story to the clones. The clones are having none of it. I really appreciate that they made the Wolf Pack the ones. I mean, obviously, we know that Dave Filoni is such a huge Wolf guy, so it only makes sense that it's the Wolf Pack that's the focus of this one episode, or technically both episodes. But I love that it's we get more of Wolf, Sinker, and Boost, especially. Comet's not in this episode for whatever reason. but I really love Sinker and Boost interacting with each other. Wolf is amazing in this episode. Yeah, he's just fed up with everything. Yeah, such a fun episode, such an amazingly fun episode. And then we have Nomad Droids, which R2 and 3PO go on a bunch of different quests on different planets. There's the Wizard of Oz one, there's the other one with the small people, where they're trying to make a democracy among them. R2 accidentally squishes their King Azu, or whatever his name is. So yeah, just a very, very fun adventure. And then they link back up with the Wolf Pack at the end, and 3PO's telling Wolf the story, and Wolf is just ready to shoot himself out the airlock. Yeah, just a very humorous adventure. I know lots of people who probably watched this at the time were just not having it. They're like, oh my gosh, just please give me more of the Citadel arc, and give me more of Mon Cala, and more Maul and Savage stuff or whatever. But I really enjoyed this stuff. It was a breath of fresh air with the droids gang. This is the droids' best adventure for sure. The Evil Plans episode isn't very great. And I think they have like one more, I guess if you count the Malevolence final episode, that's what it is. So yeah, I think that this arc is as a whole is better than their single outings. So yeah, very fun arc. And then we have Umbara. Oh boy, we have Darkness on Umbara, the General, Plan of Descent, and Carnage of Krell. And no surprise here, I am putting this in S tier. I think personally I put it above the Citadel, just because I talk about what it does for clones. It really hones in on their interpersonal relationships, which I really appreciate for clones. I know I said earlier that, as early as the first episode of the entire show, we get clones getting development, but this really took it to the next level, I think. Darkness on Umbara is an amazing start, where it's, the 501st and Anakin, they are working so well together. And then Krell comes in and everything is thrown out of whack. Rex is so used to Anakin's plans, but Krell is all about his plans. The clones don't know what to do. Dogma wants to follow Krell's orders. The rest of the clones are like, okay, well, with General Skywalker, we would do this, this, this. And Krell's like, all right, but we're not with Skywalker. It's such a fun dynamic, especially at the end of the episode when Krell is berating Rex, and Rex snaps back at him, which is awesome. It was a great moment for Rex. Rex has had quite a few good moments, but in terms of an actual development for him, this was sort of the first. And it's a really good outing for Rex, especially because he's really caught in the middle of all of this. He wants to follow orders, but at what cost, So yeah, obviously I could name every single clone. Well, I mean, I probably will just right now just do it. We'll just do Jesse, Tup, Dogma, Kix, Hardcase, even Apo, Fives and Rex. Like, all of them have such good outings. I mean, Apo, not really, but he's just there. He's just another clone, but he's just a fun little reference for the people that know who that is from Revenge of the Sith. And a fun little reference to Dave's time working on Last Airbender. But yeah, so again, the Darkness on Umbara is an amazing start, because again, it's the clones and Anakin fighting against the Umbarans, and it feels so right. And then Krell again comes in, everything is out of balance. And then you have the General, which is another amazing episode, just straight combat. With then you have Fives and Hardcase going off to get the ships and securing the way for the airbase, taking the airbase. Just more amazing interactions with the clones and Krell and all kinds of stuff. Plan of Descent is great. There's not really much combat at all in that episode. This one really hones in on the clones, sort of hashing it out with one another, especially with Dogma being so Krell focused, Fives and Jesse and Hardcase being pretty against Krell. Then of course with Hardcase sacrificing himself at the end. Again, a very iconic sacrifice that would go on to be in every Clone Wars AMV going forward. We have quite a few of those that we're getting to as well. Yeah, then Carnage of Krell. Another episode I have vivid memories of watching when Waxer died. I was just so heartbroken by Waxer's death. With him having the Numa design on his helmet in full view. I know he has it on the ARF Trooper helmet as well, but specifically on his Phase 2 helmet. Yeah, just a heartbreaking scene with his death, and the clones just going against one another on Krell's orders. It's just an absolutely vile scene. And yeah, that gets rightfully praised as much as it does. It's an amazing depiction of what that would have looked like, and they did it perfectly. So for friendly fire situations. So yeah, and then the actual mutiny against Krell, an amazing sequence with the what's left of the 212th in that sector, working with the 501st to take down Krell. Tup being the one to kind of be the one that sets in motion how Krell gets captured is really cool. Sort of earning his keep, as it were, because I'm pretty sure this is Tup's first battle. I'm pretty sure Tup and Dogma's first battle is Umbara. They really treat Tup, especially in the first episode, like he's a rookie. Because Tup is like double gripped on the gunship when they're landing, and it's one of the cutest interactions I think of the whole show. So Tup is double gripped on the thing there in the gunship, and Rex is like, "Hanging in there, Tup," and Tup's like, "So far so good, Captain." It's just such a cute interaction between the two, and yeah, it makes it really feel like this is Tup's first mission. I imagine it's Dogma's as well, because he's so rule bound, so he probably hasn't had much experience with Skywalker to gain his individuality. But yeah, then Krell's death at the end, very fitting that it was Dogma to be the one to pull the trigger. Rex still being sort of on the fence about his duty and what's right. So it kind of takes the responsibility out of his hands and puts it in Dogma's, which is very fitting. So yeah, that arc, absolutely amazing. Gets all the flowers, rightfully so. I don't need to look at my list. I know what comes next. Slaves of the Republic. I know that's the name of one of the episodes, but that's just what I call the arc. Because I know I said it in the last one, but I have a graphic novel book thing that's Slaves of the Republic, and it's this story. I don't know if it's the complete set, but it's definitely most of this story. This is a very solid arc as well, with the people of Kuros being captured. Probably put it right around here. Probably right about there, I'd say. People of Kuros being captured. I think the first episode, Kidnapped, is extremely good, with the battle on Kuros with the 501st. Really driving around on speeder bikes and fighting the commando droids is really fun combat, especially with the sidecar that they have on some of the speeders with Rex in the gun, Ahsoka on the turret. It's really, really cool stuff. It just feels very like, I don't know. It just, with this coming right after Umbara, it kind of feels like a breath of fresh air from all that like turmoil, and now we're kind of like back to basics. It's just, all right, it's the Jedi and the clones blasting droids. Here we go. So yeah, lots of really good moments with Ahsoka and Anakin, especially. With Anakin encountering Zygerians and having lots of conflict about that. And then both Anakin and Ahsoka growing and leaning on one another, because it's Ahsoka's people that are kidnapped, so she's not really there mentally. Anakin coming from a slave background, him not being there mentally 100%. So they really have to even each other out for this fight. And they do so very well. Obi-Wan and Rex getting captured and put on Kadavo was a great twist for him, for both those characters. I'm not really the biggest fan of the middle episode. I think the first episode and the last episode are really good. I just don't really care for the stuff with the Queen and Anakin, like just kind of rizzing her up and all that, if you will. I'm not really the biggest, I don't really care much for that episode. If it was just like, I don't know, just Obi-Wan gets captured at the end of the first episode and taken to Kadavo, they could have just skipped that whole thing and go right to the Kadavo stuff. But anyway, it's a good exploration on the Zygerian slave empire, gives a little more insight into that, which also ties into the hit Disney Plus series The Bad Batch, season 1, episode 5, Rampage, because you got, the Zygerians trying to rebuild their slave empire after the Jedi shut it down. But yeah, so yeah, I really like the Rescue from Kadavo episode. I think that's a very, very good episode. Once again, the Wolf Pack coming in to save the day. So yeah, very, very solid arc, and does a lot for Ahsoka's character. Kind of gives a bit more understanding to Anakin's character and how he, even as a Jedi Knight, how he still harbors those hard feelings to his past. There we go. So that's Slaves of the Republic, and now we have the Reiko Hardin arc, the Deception arc. Also a very good arc. Great outing for bounty hunters, I'd say. I know that season 2 had the tagline of like Rise of the Bounty Hunters, but season 5 also has, or season 4, I should say, also has quite a few bounty hunter moments, I'd say. Especially with Ventress going on to become a bounty hunter and this, that, and the other. But yeah, this Reiko Hardin arc is a lot of fun. I'd probably put it right about there in A tier. Obi-Wan going undercover is a really cool thing, because Obi-Wan, we know, is just the purest Jedi. He's just a Jedi through and through. So him being in this situation where he has to fake his death, go undercover, lie to his friends and his closest allies, and just go all in on this Reiko Hardin persona just to learn the info about Palpatine's kidnapping is just really, really cool stuff. And adds another dimension to Obi-Wan's character, I'd say, just to show, like, okay, how loyal is he to the Jedi? How far will he go to really protect the Republic, which is really cool. Because we'd expect Anakin to do something like this, or Ahsoka, but Obi-Wan being the one to do it is really cool. Let's see. Gotta look at the names of the episodes here. I always forget about this one. Deception's the first episode. Friends and Enemies is the next one. The Box is the third one. And then Crisis on Naboo. I know the last two for sure. I just couldn't remember the first two. Yeah, those first two episodes are very solid, with them being on Nal Hutta and in prison, and having Boba Fett and Bossk show up was really cool, and working with Cad Bane and Moralo Eval. It's really cool. It's really, really cool dynamics, getting to see into the underworld and like what it looks like in prison, because we wouldn't really get this otherwise, I don't think. We've just seen like when Zero was in prison in that big chamber with all the different like cells. And we see that again in this arc as well, but we don't really see like what the mealtime looks like when they're in that cafeteria and all that. So it was really cool getting to see into how Coruscant prison is, I guess, and how they escape as well is very clever. I think that's a reference, how they escape, like going down the like the morgue chutes. I feel like that's a reference to something. I just can't remember what it is. If anyone knows, they can let me know in the comments or whatnot. If you know what reference, I think it was a reference to something. I just can't remember. Not too many escaping prison movies I've seen. But anyway, so yeah, so those first two episodes, again, escaping Coruscant on Nal Hutta, that's really cool stuff. Fun little references all throughout in this arc. Obi-Wan, or should I say Reiko Hardin's helmet, is a reference to the concept art for Boba Fett's helmet that Ralph McQuarrie did way back when. Cad Bane picks up an Indiana Jones hat when they're in that shop. Just really, really cool moments there. I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but I think Cad Bane's hat that he has from the shop is his best one in that arc. Because I think he gets the big hat when he... I think he gets the big hat when he kills the Ithorian. I really like that other hat, the one that's got like the stuff on the sides of the head. I think that hat's really cool. But anyway, we're talking about Cad Bane hats here. You're never really going to get any kind of conversation like this anywhere else on YouTube. So, if you're enjoying what you're listening to, please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe and all that. But anyway, The Box is an amazing episode. It's an incredible contraption. It's got really fun, creative moments for each of the characters, having to use some of their unique skill sets to navigate to the next rooms. It's really, really fun, creative stuff, and it's very different for Clone Wars. And then Crisis on Naboo is awesome. Crisis on Naboo is a very fun episode where they're seeing Naboo again, seeing Palpatine in a position of, well, I mean, obviously Palpatine orchestrated this, but seeing him in a place of vulnerability is pretty refreshing. So yeah, really, really fun moments in this arc. And then Obi-Wan and Anakin kind of having a small bit of a falling out towards the end because Anakin feels very betrayed by Obi-Wan's deception. Yeah, just really good stuff. But Obi-Wan revealing that it was him all along, that was Reiko Hardeen to Anakin as he's choking him out, is a pretty fun moment as well. Where they're, Anakin and Ahsoka are dead set on revenge, and Obi-Wan has to contend with that. Yeah, and then the duel at the end with Anakin and Dooku trying to save Palpatine, and Palpatine's kind of watching in the background with a smile, with this being a little bit of an appetizer before the Battle of Coruscant. It's very, very good stuff. And yeah, the Reiko Hardeen arc is awesome. All right, then we have Darth Maul's return. I put 4 episodes together in this one. I did the Ventress episodes beforehand when it's Massacre and can't remember what the episode after that's called, but Massacre in that one, and then Brothers and Revenge. So I put those 4 together. Very, very good arc. Maul coming back is amazing. Sam Witwer has really revolutionized the character. I think this arc's very good. I don't think that it's better than the other stuff that Maul shows up in down the line. So yeah, I'd say it's probably about here. Not quite above these 2, I'd say, but it's very good, especially because it's just 2 episodes with 2 other ones that are by proxy attached to it. But no, I won't really talk much about the Ventress episodes. They exist on their own. They're fine. The Dathomir attack, where we talked about before, bringing back the defoliator, was really cool. Fun little callback to a previous season, but it was just a fun battlescape, and with Ventress going off on her own, and linking up with Dengar and Boba Fett and all kinds of bounty hunters. But the Maul stuff is really where it shines, where, yeah, Savage on his quest on Lothal Minor trying to find Maul, big spider. If you haven't seen Sam Witwer talk about the Maul stuff, I'll just kind of briefly touch on it, where Maul has survived. He's cut in half. He's on this planet, and he's just so angry. He's so dead set on revenge that he's just too angry to die. And so his anger and just his pure dark side energy is drawing in all these objects toward him, because naturally the dark side is about greed and possession. And so he's gathering all this junk around him, and the dark side literally builds this spider body for him, purely out of his anger, which is a really, really cool thing. But yeah, Sam talks about it a lot more in detail, a lot better. So definitely go and seek out him talking about his time as Maul if you get the chance. Yeah, then him getting his cool legs from the classic comic when he goes to fight Obi-Wan on Tatooine is really cool. A nice little reference there. And then Ventress coming into the story, all 4 of them fighting one another on that ship. Very cool stuff. And then, yeah, then Maul is left plotting his revenge, which is great. Onderon arc, I'm not going to touch much on. Fun stuff. Great getting Saw Gerrera, who would go on to become a staple in Star Wars lore going forward. He shows up in almost everything now, which is cool. It's cool that a Clone Wars character has such ability to branch out to all kinds of different shows and media forms going forward, right? He's in shows, movies, games. It's really cool. And getting to see Jedi operate outside of the actual war, because Onderon's a neutral planet that's under siege by the Separatists. So having the Jedi sort of having loopholes in their rules of engagement is really cool to see, especially when they leave Ahsoka behind, and she has to be a keeper of the peace, but not an outright combatant, And then we get introduced to the super tactical droid model, which is really cool. That tactical droid did a great job bringing in the droid gunships, and then he kills the would-be king, the Separatist king at the end, King Rash, I think, Sanjay Rash maybe might be his name. But yeah, no, the Onderon arc is a fun time, and yeah, very good arc. I know I'm kind of blitzing through these now, but I don't want this stream to be 5 hours. We're already at 3.5, and I still have a lot to talk about. So, Youngling arc, another case, fine arc. Doesn't really push the boundaries in a crazy amount, except we get Ilum and finding the Kyber crystal. That's a lot of fun. Where would I put this? Probably right about there, I'd say. Maybe right above the Malevolence arc. The kids have tons of great interaction with one another. I don't know. Sometimes it's just like I've seen it a few times already, so I know what I'm getting out of it, if that makes sense. And I really only look forward to the Obi-Wan stuff. I know that's like, give me big ships shooting lasers at each other, but that's really, in this arc, all I care about is the Obi-Wan stuff. Him and Cody, Grievous boards their ship. And then the last episode when Hondo is with the kids and helping them, and they're helping him to liberate Florum. That's really cool stuff. It's very very pretty solid arc. My words that I'm saying very there for the last 2 episodes of the arc I think are very good. First 2 are pretty all right. The first one's pretty good. The second one is kind of hit or miss with the pirates attacking the ship. And then the last 2 episodes I think are very solid. So solid B tier, I'd say. Let's see. All right, where are we on to next? All right, we're on to D Squad, and D Squad, as you can see by the picture that I used for it, is Gregor, because Gregor is the only thing people remember from this arc. Much like another arc we'll get to in a little bit, Gregor is the only thing people actually care about with this arc, and honestly, I don't blame them. There's some fun interactions with the droids, but this arc is not perfect by any means. The first episode is pretty good with them infiltrating the ship. The second episode, Sunny Day in the Void, is just a fever dream of an episode. The third episode, Missing in Action, is very good with Gregor and discovering him. He's working at a diner, but he's lost his memory. There was a battle that he was a part of, and he had lost his memory and ended up on I think Abafar is this planet's name. I keep getting Agamar and Abafar messed up. I think Agamar is the planet where in Rebels where they find the droids. But anyway, so Gregor gets his memory back and is a clone commando, puts on the armor and sacrifices himself for the squad for them to get away. And obviously, Gregor, for those who wouldn't know, is a reference to the hit Disney Plus series The Bad Batch, because Gregor shows up in season 1, episode 14, War Mantle. There we go. Another Bad Batch connection for you. But yeah, D Squad, and then the last episode I think is also fun when they're on board the ship and the ship's been hijacked by droids and they're trying to warn the Republic, who are meeting at Kurita, which is cool. Nice Kurita mention there, which is has a lot of rich history. It's like an academy for the Empire in the future. That's where Han learns to be a pilot and whatnot. He learns at the Kurita Academy. So yeah, fun references, but the arc itself is just kind of whatever. R2 almost dies in the arc when the ship blows up, because the plan was they had the Venator that was hijacked. They have a bunch of Rhydonium canisters which they mined on Abafar, and they're just going to ram the ship into this big meeting with all kinds of ships and leaders and admirals and Jedi there that was going to kill everybody. But R2 detonates the ship early and sacrifices himself, but he gets rebuilt. So yeah, D Squad arc I think it's better than all of these for sure, but everyone just remembers Missing in Action with Gregor, and that is all. Okay, so that's the D Squad arc, and then we have the Mandalore takeover with Maul working with Death Watch and the Pike Syndicate and Black Sun to really weasel his way into ruling Mandalore. This is S tier without question. Do I like it more than the Umbara arc is the question. I think I might. This is definitely without any doubt in my mind one of the best arcs in the show, because again, it's another one of those things where it makes this galaxy feel so much bigger than just the Clone War, because there are no real Obi-Wan and Adigalia are in the first episode when Adigalia dies by Savage horn impaling. And they work with Hondo to fend off the Sith brothers. Savage gets his arm cut off. Maul loses one of his legs. So there is a bit of Clone Wars, or the Clone Wars like thing going on there with the Jedi fighting the Sith. But in terms for the rest of the episodes, there is none. There is no separatist battle. There is no Republic battle. Like, it's the Shadow Collective working to usurp the Mandalorian government, and they succeed. So it's really cool because, again, Mandalore is a neutral planet, so there is no real involvement from the Republic at this point. So yeah, very, very cool stuff. Maul is just as sinister and as manipulative as ever. Pre-Vizsla and the rest of Death Watch are great. They have great interactions with the Sith brothers. Yeah, and Savage as well, having lots of great moments. Eminence, let me go through the names of the episodes here. We have Revival, which is season 5, episode 1. Eminence, which is later on in season 5. Shades of Reason, and The Lawless, which I know a lot of people remember The Lawless the most for being the episode when Sidious goes in and actually takes matters into his own hands to go fight Maul and Savage for them trying to become rivals. And then with the death of Satine and just Obi-Wan getting completely messed up by them, and then Obi-Wan leaving Bo-Katan and the Night Owls there to fight against Maul's. Very awesome stuff. And it was back then where I was like, oh my gosh, I hope we see more of this right away, and we never would for like 7 more years or 6 more years, however long it was. So yeah, very, very amazing arc, I think, is the Mandalore takeover arc. Great moments for Maul, great moments for everybody. Savage, of course, dies, and then Maul gets captured. And then in the Son of Dathomir comic series, we would learn what would happen to him. So there is that. That is the Mandalore takeover. And then we have the Ahsoka fugitive arc, which, again, very iconic arc for all the right reasons. I'd say this is definitely another S-tier arc, probably right about there. Ahsoka, again, taking the lessons she learned from Anakin to survive on her own. Trying to work with Barriss and Ventress to clear her name is really cool, while Anakin is on the hunt with the rest of the clones, and Plo Koon. It's just all the important characters in Ahsoka's life are all sort of at the forefront, which makes a lot of sense. Barriss is there. She has a lot of connections with Barriss. Ventress, just not as much connection, but a little bit. Rex and Anakin and Plo Koon. It makes perfect sense for all these characters to be so involved in her story here. So yeah, incredible episodes. Let's see, we have Sabotage, the Jedi who knew too much, To Catch a Jedi, and The Wrong Jedi. Sabotage was a great start with the Battle of Ketun and Moidia, the Jedi Temple being blown up, them investigating that with the investigative droid, figuring out who was the bomber and who was involved with the wife, Letta. Getting an appearance from Sin Dralig was really cool. It's like, what the heck? Sin Dralig, what are you doing here? It's him showing up that one time in Clone Wars is awesome. So yeah, lots of really fun moments in that first episode. And then when Ahsoka gets framed, Commander Fox is there trying to kill her. Anakin is fed up with Commander Fox putting his finger on the glass. Lots of really cool moments with Anakin. Just he's so dedicated to helping Ahsoka, and that his rage is showing through. But yeah, then Ahsoka escaping fugitive style. I didn't kill my wife. Very Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones there in that scene. It was obviously the intent. And yeah, then Ahsoka going into the underworld, trying to survive, fighting the quote unquote Ventress imposter. And then the end with Barriss being revealed and Ahsoka leaving the Jedi Order. The Dynasty Warriors music just ended again. Let's just put on... we'll do Orochi 4. I think I did Warriors Orochi 4 last time, but oh well. Anyway, so Ahsoka leaves the Jedi Order. Most heartbreaking thing in the world. It still gets me to this day whenever I watch that scene. when Anakin holds out her braid and she closes his hand. It's just so heartbreaking, especially again with all the characters that are important to Ahsoka, most of them anyway, with Obi-Wan and Plo Koon and Yoda and Anakin, and they're all in that room and they're all just so heartbroken. Anakin obviously more than the rest of them. Um, so yeah, then that their final talk there at the end is just very, very awesome and very foreboding of what would come in the future, with Anakin saying how much he's considered leaving the Jedi Order, and then Ahsoka being the one to actually do so. So yeah, amazing arc, amazing end to season 5, and then at the time that would have been it. There would have been no more Ahsoka stories until Rebels. Real quick, I'm going to go ahead and take another water break, and then we'll continue with season 6. All right, we are back. Season 6. We start off with the conspiracy arc, I believe. Let me just double check just to be sure. It is the first episodes, but I want to see if anything. Oh, yeah, it's the conspiracy arc. Okay. The Fives arc, if you will. The conspiracy arc. This is very high up. It's probably right about there for me. The Unknown, again, it's another one of those episodes where on its own, I think it's one of the best episodes of the show. The Battle of Ringo Vinda, I know I talked about in the last stream. I'll just briefly touch on here. It's such a unique battle space on this giant ring of a space station. Very cool stuff. The hints at Order 66 with Tup, the hints at the stuff with Tup is very cool. With the chip malfunctioning and Fives trying to get to the bottom of it, the Jedi and the clones trying to rescue Tup, first of all, from the Separatists. There's just so many great battle moments in here with the Jedi, or I don't know why I keep saying the Jedi. It's only one. It's just Anakin, Rex, and Fives. When they raid the shuttle, when the droids raid the first shuttle with Tup on board, there's a lot of really great one-shot takes or one-takes. And yeah, just very, very creative battle space, or very creative battle sequences. Yeah, another tactical droid line that, no, we were bringing up tactical droid lines before, where the one tactical droid is like, you were experiencing drag in the vacuum of space. It's like, what are you talking about, droid? I love that so much. So yeah, and then obviously getting Trench back from season 2. I'm kind of surprised that it took that long to bring Trench back. He feels like it would have been a great introduction, or not an introduction, but a great return for seasons 4 or 5. But bringing him back later on in 6 is good enough. But him being sort of the main orchestrator of the battle on Ringo Vinda is a fitting position for him. But yeah, The Unknown, very good episode. They go off to Camino. Tup is slated to be killed. Fives discovers the chip. That's all awesome stuff. I know, again, we talked about before with stuff that would be kind of retconned and whatnot that people weren't a fan of. I really love the inhibitor chip stuff. I'm not really in tune with the balance of do more people prefer the chip or no. I don't really care. But for me, I think there's a lot more weight to it with the chip, because it just speaks to how evil Sidious is, right? How manipulative, how controlling he is, where it's okay, all these soldiers that have built relationships with their Jedi commanders, well, now I'm taking away all of their free will and forcing their psyche into the passenger seat while their body is forced to kill them, that they just befriended over the last 3 years. It's just, I feel like it's such a vile, evil thing to do. And it's like what Sidious says in the thing during the Battle of Endor. When he's talking to Luke, he's like, you, like your father, are now mine. Where it's yeah, Sidious is just such a possessive personality where, yes, he would want these clones to all do this because he told them to. It's without their will, right? Because Anakin was pretty much just gaslit into being a Sith Lord, so now he belongs to Sidious. And the same thing with the clones. They belong to Sidious. So him ordering them to do it and them having lost their free will and forced to do so is just so evil. And I feel like it's a much much more personal thing than, oh yeah, these dudes just follow orders, so they get this one comm message and now they just do it. I feel like it's a lot more, it's a lot deeper than that to have it be the chip and be this, this conspiracy that it is in Clone Wars, into what it becomes later on, especially in Bad Batch. Um, so yeah, um, so yeah, the conspiracy arc is amazing. Just the Five's deliriousness at the end when he's trying to get the words out, but he's been drugged, so he can't really do it. But he gets enough of a message out to Rex, where Rex makes that comm recording. But Anakin is like, "How could you say that about Palpatine?" It's crazy too that Palpatine would just sort of just say his whole plan to Fives. Like, I don't know what he was expecting there. Um, like, did he want him to escape? But like, if he escaped, then he could still get word out. So I have no idea. I have no idea what Palpatine was thinking there. That was kind of like a slip up from him, I'd say. But obviously, Fives' death is such a tragic thing. Where at the time he was the last domino to fall. And yeah, Rex just being heartbroken over it. Everyone but Commander Fox taking off their helmets and having a moment with Rex because yeah, a brother just died. Very, very emotional scene there. And then yeah, Palpatine at the end spinning into like, oh yeah, they drank something in the water, so that caused their stuff to mess up. And so yeah, it's just the bits and pieces that will lead towards the future is very much set in stone there. All right, so that is the conspiracy arc. Then we have the Clovis Returns arc, which is whatever. Again, like I said in the last stream, not touching on it. Everyone only remembers this arc because of the Commander Thorn stuff. So I'm probably going to put it probably above D Squad. I think the arc itself is fine. It's C tier worthy, I'd say. The first episode with Clovis coming back is whatever. I don't really care. It's just cool moments for Embo. The second episode is just Anakin beating up Clovis. That's all people remember from that. And then people only remember Commander Thorn from Crisis at the Heart. That is it. No one remembers anything else. And yeah, there's nothing memorable about the arc outside of Clovis dying, Anakin beating him up, Commander Thorn, and that's it. Embo sledding down the ice and the snow on his hat. There you go. There's another thing that people remember. So yeah, not a great arc, I don't think. It's got serviceable moments. It does good work in expanding on the banking clan stuff, but I don't care about Clovis. I kind of wish it did it a bit more broadly than just with using Clovis as the conduit for all of that. I think it was well planned, where like Clovis kind of earns that spot, quote unquote. Like he goes back on the Separatist. He like, tries to earn respect back and all that, and he gets to that spot, but then Dooku throws the blackmail at him and gets him to go back to their side. I think that's well put together, but it's just, I don't know what it is. I'm just not a fan of Clovis's character, I guess. And again, no one remembers that arc for those moments. And then after the Clovis arc, we have The Disappeared, parts 1 and 2. I'm just gonna, we don't need to talk about it. There we go. And then we have the Martez Sisters arc with season 7. Oh wait, no. Did I miss the Yoda stuff? I know I missed it there, but did I miss? I did. Okay, whoops. I skipped over that on accident. Okay, so we have The Lost One, Voices, Destiny, and Sacrifice. This arc is very good. Very, very solid arc. I think the first episode is exceptionally good. I love the Sifo Dyas stuff, tying up that loose end from Attack of the Clones that never really got answered. It's like, okay, what was Sifo Dyas' role in this then? He created the clone army, but he died 10 years prior. How does that make sense? And then, so this really answers all of those questions. There's the crashed ship with his lightsaber, so then the mystery picks up again. And I love Sidious contacting Dooku, and it's like, why are the Jedi investigating Sifo Dyas? I thought we buried that. And so Dooku having to take, leaving, once again, to go settle matters on his own, going to Obadiah to kill the guard before he can spill the info. It's really, really cool stuff. And just getting these bits and pieces of the prequels with Chancellor Valorum and the mentions again of Sifo Dyas and planning the clone army and all this stuff is just so cool. And how they learn at the end where it's like, okay, well, our enemy Tyrannus, who kind of took over for Sifo Dyas, made the clone army. why? So our enemies made the clone army for us. This is weird. And I love how the Jedi are like, okay, well, we can't tell the public about this because that would just ruin everything. And they are right, but it was too late for them anyway. So yeah, so the Lost Ones is amazing. Yoda getting info from Qui-Gon on how to preserve his life after death, and going to Dagobah and experiencing that for the first time, seeing the carnage that will unfold with Order 66. All that stuff is amazing. The stuff with the wills, again, recontextualizing the Force. I know I talked about all this again during the last stream, so that's kind of why I'm blasting through it. But and then the last episode, Sacrifice, where Yoda has his mental vision battle with Sidious, meeting Darth Bane, fighting a evil version of himself. It's all really fun stuff. So yeah, top of A, I think is where the Yoda arc goes. I feel like people weren't too crazy about this arc back then. Maybe still aren't, but I really enjoy it. All right, then we have the Martez sisters arc. This isn't great. This is probably around here. Probably about here, I'd say, maybe. It's an episode too long. I'll just start by saying that. Episode 3 should not be in there. It serves no purpose. They start in the jail cell and then end in the jail cell. Like, nothing happened in that episode. The first episode is whatever. They're on Coruscant and Ahsoka meets the sisters. There's some fun moments there, but that's really about they're like hunting down the loader droid or whatever. I don't know if I've watched this arc since it aired. I think maybe one time. The second episode is fine when they go to Kessel and stuff. It's cool to get these locations. And also with the Anakin callback, where it's the Return of the Jedi, in the scene when Shuttle Tydirium is going to Endor. It's shot for shot a recreation of that scene when they're leaving Coruscant and Anakin is there with Yularen and they're like talking to the Silver Angel. Because there's the computer that the clone is operating on is in the wrong spot. It should be like way off to the side, but it's like in the middle of the hallway. And that's how it is in Return of the Jedi. The computer's in the wrong spot. It's blocking the hallway. Because we've seen the hallway before at the end of Return of the Jedi when Vader walks away. After the Millennium Falcon escapes and Vader's all mad and he walks away. We've seen that hallway before and it's a clear shot. But in Return of the Jedi, there's a giant computer right there in the middle of the hallway that Captain Piet, Admiral Piet, and Vader are at. And they recreated that same imperfection in the Martez sisters arc. And that's the best thing about this arc, is that they recreated that scene shot for shot, which I really appreciate. Yeah, Kessel is cool. A nice little thing there. And then going to Obadiah once again after season 6 is cool. It's just getting to see more of the Pikes. Getting to see more of the Pikes and also Maul still controlling the Shadow Collective is really cool stuff. And then the end with the Mandalorians linking up with Ahsoka. And yeah, that's really all the good things I have to say about the arc. There's not really much else. Outside of Ahsoka learning what it's like to be a Jedi for the people instead of just being a Jedi for the Senate, which is how she's known the whole time. But there's lots of like cool Jedi messages that are in this arc, but I feel like that all takes a backseat to just the shenanigans that happen, which just don't mean anything to me. So yeah, Martez Sisters arc is C tier. The Bad Batch arc. All right, here we go. It might be around here. Is it around here? It's before Ryloth for sure. It's before the Deserter. Yeah, it'll probably just be right around here. Personally, I feel like it's a little bit lower, but these other ones just don't make sense for this. Like, I don't think I like this Boba Fett arc more than the Bad Batch arc. Or any of I don't think I like any of these more than this arc. But I still am not the biggest fan of this arc. I think the first episode is really good, introducing the Batch, even though I still think their characters are very, like, just stereotypes. They're caricatures. Like, Hunter is the one with the bandana and face tattoo, so he's just Rambo. Crosshair is the sniper, and he's got the crosshair on his eye, so he's the quiet, reserved type. Tech is skinny with goggles, so he's the smart one. Wrecker is gigantic, so he's the goofball that's like very expressive and loud, right? It's like the Bad Batch of the show does such a better job at giving them life, giving them character work. Um, that I just do not think that this arc does any justice whatsoever. Um, so the first episode is fine. They have decent enough interactions with one another. The first episode's good with them raiding the cyber center. There's some really good action. The action is so good in this arc. I feel like the animation quality is kind of weird. It looks very glossy. I feel like they were still kind of figuring out with this episode what they were gonna do with the new animation style. So it just kind of comes across as very glossy in this. I feel like that's not really that doesn't really like put it down for me. It's just like that's just something that I notice about it. It's just kind of glossy. Then the second episode, Distant Echo, I think is very whatever. Rex is very out of character here. I feel like he has a pretty bad line when, I know I said it in the last stream as well, but when he punches Crosshair and then Wrecker grabs him and is like, pick on someone not your size. And Rex is like, you're going to be a lot smaller when I'm through with you. I just think that line is so dumb. It feels, again, like I said in the last stream, it feels like just like a Pixar line. I just don't like how Rex is characterized in this. I know that the idea is that he's learning all these emotions and stuff from Anakin, so he's like getting attached to stuff. But I feel like it does a weird way of like going around that, because Anakin doesn't like. I think Padme says it one time to Anakin where she's like, he's learning a lot from you, from being around you. But Anakin never really acknowledges that for the rest of this arc. So there's that. I think that the stuff on Skako Minor Dick, the actual, again, the combat in this arc is very cool. Them getting Echo out, I kind of wish that they went a bit more with the deleted version, or the unreleased version where they had the organic decimator that just like incinerated one of the natives. I feel like that would have been a little bit more to just kind of push this arc over the edge, because it's like it feels like they kind of pull their punches a little bit with this arc a little bit, because there was a lot of like premature stuff in the original version of this that got cut, and I'm not really sure why. It didn't really need to be. In that way it kind of feels like the punches were kind of pulled a little bit. They rescue Echo, and I hate how Echo was done so dirty in this arc as well. Like, the first thing he says when he's actually disconnected from the thing is that he has a big headache. And I'm like, oh my goodness, like, please just ask where Fives is. Like, that's all I wanted. I just wanted one Fives mention from Echo. Just one. Only one. And I got nothing. Like, he's going off about the Citadel. He's like, all right, we have to get to the shuttle to escape the Citadel. No, I'll go. But like, I wish he would have said to Rex, the first thing that he should have said is, Rex, where's Fives? And then Rex brings him up to speed on everything that just happened in season 6. Like, that would have been enough. Like, the episode could just ended right there. After he gets taken out of the machine. But I do like the ending of that episode, though, where it feels very like, like prisoner of war thing when he's getting rescued, and Rex is like, sit tight, trooper, you're going home. It's like, that's a very sweet line to say. I love that so much. That could have been where it was, where it's like, Echo's like, Rex, where's Fives? And then Rex just like ignores the question, and he's like, we'll get to that later, but sit tight, trooper, you're going home. And that's the end of the episode. I would have liked that so much more. Just one Fives mention, please. That was pretty rough. I think On the Wings of Kirdax is kind of a pointless episode. It's the shortest episode in all of Clone Wars. It's only like 19 minutes total, which is just, again, that I don't think that they had enough content to make that episode worthwhile. It's just them, fending off the Techno Union forces, at the thing, and then they go, and that was it. It's like, kind of like the Martez sisters arc. It could have been one episode shorter. But and then Unfinished Business is a very good episode. It's a great way to end it. But again, like I said in the last stream, there's forced tension between Echo and the Batch, where all of a sudden the Batch just don't trust Echo. They think that because he was locked in there, he might be a traitor. But there was no mention of this whatsoever in the last episode. In the last episode, they were thinking that he could be dead. Not that if he was alive, he could be a traitor. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh, what if he's a traitor? It's like, okay, maybe you should have asked these questions before you rescued him. Because then it would have made more sense for him to bring it back up later, but they didn't. So, yeah, so I don't like the forced tension with the Batch. And then especially after that, Echo just goes with them after they were so untrusting of him. So yeah, that just didn't make any sense to me. But again, the combat is so good in this, especially when Mason and Obi-Wan are raiding the assembly complex. The stuff with the crosshair with the reflective mirrors on the walls to kill all the droids is so fun. Wrecker just going through and killing all the droids in the hallway is very, very cool. Very good action through and through. But yeah, it's just a lot of the story beats just don't really hit it for me. And I think that the ending is great in some ways and just whatever in another. Because again, like I said, the Batch spend the whole episode not trusting Echo, and then at the end, Hunter's like, "All right, you can come with us if you want, because you're kind of different now, like us. So you can come with us if you want." It's like, oh, what the heck? And again, like. I'm not really holding this against the episodes in any way, but Dee hadn't really figured out what they were doing yet with the Batch's voice, because Tech, like, he sounds like a clone, and then he kind of sounds British, and then it goes back and forth. I'm not really a fan of how Tech speaks in it compared to how he does later, because he calls Rex Cap, which doesn't really make much sense knowing Tech in the show. And then he speaks in incomplete sentences as well towards the end when like Rex asks if the Batch are going to come along, and Tech goes, "Not really our thing." And it's like, I don't think Tech would really say that, to be honest. And Wrecker has just this ridiculous line where he's like, "Yeah, we're in it for the thrill, yo." It's like, what are we doing here? What is this dialogue? Or no, it was Echo that asked if they were coming along. So yeah, not a fan of that. Yeah, just it's 8 here just for what it is, but I have lots of issues with this arc. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick little break, stand up for a second because I've been sitting for 4 hours. I'm gonna take a quick little stand, and then we'll come back and wrap up with the Siege of Mandalore. All right. Oh, wait 1 second. Actually, I didn't drink any water, so I'll do that real quick. Then we'll be back. My cat is once again pestering me to let her in, but I will not. She's just going to be very loud and annoying, so I'll give her all the loves later. Anyway, Siege of Mandalore. What is there to say that hasn't been said? Probably by me, at least. I cannot sing the praises of this arc enough. It's my favorite Star Wars movie, if it was considered a movie, which I do. Excuse me. I do consider it a movie, a 4-part movie, and is my favorite Star Wars movie. I remember I met Sam Witwer, I think it was 2021 or 2022. He was at a local con, and I met him, and I was talking to him about the Siege of Mandalore, and I said, if it ever got a theatrical release, it would be my favorite Star Wars movie. And he said, I would consider it, and it's mine. So it's like, all right, cool. Sam Witwer's favorite Star Wars movie is my favorite Star Wars movie. That's awesome. But yeah, I mean, where do I start, man? Old Friends Not Forgotten, I think, is the best episode of Clone Wars as a whole. It does everything right. I know I've already touched on it with the last stream, but it being a a somewhat retelling of the Battle of Christophsis from the Clone Wars movie, with how Ahsoka rejoins them. Again, with that shot of her walking down the ship, the ramp of the Republic shuttle to the Mandalorian shuttle. It's a 1-to-1 recreation. And just a lot of similar beats with Obi-Wan being overran, and Anakin being the one to save the day. There's just a lot of similar beats there. Lots of fun references like the Fulcrum thing, and then callbacks to what had happened before in prior seasons, with the Mandalore stuff, and the Obadiah with the Martez sisters. I love Ahsoka's line. That's not really relevant right now. It's like, yeah, it's not. But anyway, and then the Battle of Mandalore itself, the siege of Mandalore, is just such an exciting and thrilling battle. Because as a kid, when Clone Wars had initially been canceled, I'm like, and then with Rebels, when Rex brings it up, he's like, I fought with her from the Battle of Christophsis to the Siege of Mandalore. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like when Luke said, or it's like when Obi-Wan said it, or one of them said it in A New Hope, when it's, you fought in the Clone Wars. It's that line. It's the same thing for me with that, where it's like, oh, I fought with her to the Siege of Mandalore. I'm like, the Siege of Mandalore, I want to know more. Give me more of this. And then when we finally got it, I was just so enthralled. It opening with like the Lucasfilm LTD, like the classic, the original Lucasfilm Limited green text on the screen. It's like, I know I'm in for a good time, and I was not disappointed whatsoever. But anyway, the Siege of Mandalore. It's like, it's so cool. Once again, it's not clones battling droids. It is clones and Mandalorians fighting other Mandalorians. It's just such a cool premise and such a great arena for battle. And then Ahsoka having such an incredible moment, going from ship to ship, landing on the landing pad, which is a landing pad that we've seen before several times in the show. So it's like there's history there with all the times that we've been to Mandalore. So yeah, it's just an amazing first episode, with just the initial battle itself is just so exhilarating. Introducing all the characters that you need to know right away. It's got Gar Saxon, Rook Cass, Almec, and then Maul at the way end. You've got Rex, Bo-Katan, and all of these other characters. Captain Vaughn, the GOAT. Captain Vaughn, like, I became Captain Vaughn's #1 fan at the time, and then he died, and I was so sad. So I was like, oh my gosh, he looks like Commander Cody, let's go. And then he dies, and it was very sad. But anyway, yeah, it's just, Old Friends Not Forgotten. Absolutely amazing start to this finale, and then picking it right up with Phantom Apprentice, another absolute banger episode, with Maul's like his not skepticism, his paranoia, with the start of Order 66 and how things are going to change in the galaxy, and him sort of alluding to Sidious and all these things to Ahsoka. And it's like, oh my gosh, like, we're really like getting there, we're really getting to the through line to Revenge of the Sith, which by that point we'd already crossed the line, because Anakin and Obi-Wan were going off to Coruscant. So yeah, just getting all these like little things here and there that were like little snippet or little hints at where we are currently in the Revenge of the Sith runtime is just very cool. Like when they're back in the throne room meeting, and Obi-Wan's talking to him, and he's saying that Count Dooku's dead and he's gonna go to Utapau. It's like, oh my gosh, okay, we're at this point in the movie now. We're right between this scene and this scene. We're right between Obi-Wan asking Anakin to spy on the Chancellor, and when Obi-Wan leaves for Utapau, and that's his final goodbye to Anakin. It's so cool how there's all these little tidbits of information. And again, Maul's paranoia in that is just very, very cool. How he's like, the plan, the only plan that matters, as he's talking to just Jesse, like, out of all the clones, like one of the last surviving, one of our like main 501st characters, he's just talking to Jesse about the plan. It's like, what is happening? This is so cool. Just seeing, like, again, clones and Mandalorians and fighting Darth Maul. There's just so many moving parts here that just kids who grew up with the prequels would just be losing their minds, because I know, as I was one of them. And then yeah, getting like a little solo reference with what's his name, Dryden Voss, um, with the Crimson Dawn stuff. That's like, this is really really cool. Just again, like getting all these references to Star Wars media that has happened since the Clone Wars that they have reintegrated into the story, right? Like Anakin facing down the droid army in Old Friends Not Forgotten is basically just Luke facing down the First Order in The Last Jedi, and then Dryden Voss showing up, Fulcrum. All these different things are coming back that have existed since Clone Wars ended and now has come back around. It's just so cool. Um, and yeah, then the mocap fighting with Ray Park coming back as Darth Maul is so unbelievably cool. That fight choreography was so amazing. I can't remember the name of the lady who had done Ahsoka's choreography, but both of them did absolutely amazing work. It's definitely the best lightsaber fight in Clone Wars because it was the only one that's been mocapped, and rightfully so. It's Ray Park. Are you kidding me? Um, so yeah, that lightsaber fight is amazing. Their stare down in the throne room is unbelievably cool when Maul is pleading for Ahsoka to come with, and the only thing that stops Ahsoka from going with Maul is Maul telling her the truth, is that Anakin is the plan to destroy everything. And that's the one thing that pulls her back, is because she trusts Anakin so much. And it's just, this is great storytelling. This is the Star Wars at its best. Um, and then, yeah, so again, the lightsaber fight, the battle that's going on with the Mandalorians and the clones again. Um, Maul actually getting captured, and he's just pleading for death at that point because he knows that what's going to happen is going to happen very soon. Um, so yeah, and then we have Shattered, which has such a somber beginning. Like it doesn't feel like a win at all, you know? Like there's just the somber music, and then there's the the synthetic music that's playing as well when they're actually transporting Maul to the ship. It does not feel like a win whatsoever. Getting an extension to that scene in Revenge of the Sith when May senses a plot to destroy the Jedi, the dark side of the Force surrounds the Chancellor. Having an extension to that scene with Ahsoka's involvement is so cool. Um, and now like Rex knows about the Anakin stuff because Ahsoka told him. There's so many cool moving parts here that I never would have expected back in 2014 or 13 for all these characters to be in this situation. You know, like I never expected Ahsoka would fight Darth Maul, know that Anakin is Palpatine's chosen hand to be his apprentice, and that Rex knows about it too. Like, what is happening? I know that these are such like simple things, but I don't know. For me, where it just I always let my imagination just run wild with Star Wars, especially like all this stuff that I just like fantasized about is now just like happening. I'm like, oh my gosh, what is going on? Like, these characters have never interacted before. Ahsoka has never met Darth Maul, but they gel so well together on screen. So yeah, it's just such a great dynamic to just now be experiencing like firsthand, you know? Um, so yeah, so having that, having, again, having that extension to the council scene where Ahsoka has the chance to tell them about Anakin, but she holds it back. And then that's the last time she speaks to any of these people. Most of them go off to die. Like, 'cause yeah, Mace, Kiadi, Ayla, they all go off to die. And it's interesting too how it's them, because Ayla has some experience with Ahsoka with the stuff back in season 1. Kiadi was there at the Battle of Geonosis, so she has a little bit of experience with them with the kill count contest, right, at Landian Point Rain. And then Mace, he's Mace. He was the one that basically convicted her. So there's lots of stuff there, lots of shared history between all of them. And then the ambient music, the synthetic music that's playing as they're going back to Coruscant. Ahsoka sensing the stuff Ahsoka and Maul sensing the stuff that's happening in Palpatine's office. It's like, this is amazing. Order 66 being triggered, and it's like Rex's, from a certain point of view thing where it's like, oh no, I thought he took his chip out when he says it in Rebels. We all removed our command chips. No, you didn't. What do you mean? So yeah, there's lots of just really cool story beats there. And then Ahsoka on the run. Rex is completely controlled. All the clones are controlled, trying to kill Maul, trying to kill Ahsoka. Ahsoka trying to get to the bottom of this so she sees the message. There's just, it's just so cool. Then the end or the mall hallway scene. Are you kidding me? Like, I know people say the Vader hallway scene or the Luke hallway scene in the Mandalorian season 2, but for me, it's the mall hallway scene. He's cutting people in half. He's ripping their arms off through the doors. Like, that's just Star Wars brutality at its finest. It's like in the Citadel when the clone gets cut in half. You know, it's like you don't see it happen, but you see it happen. You know. So yeah, the mall hallway scene stuff is just amazing. And yeah, so that's Shattered, and then the last episode, them trying to escape the ship, basically now contending with Maul to get to the shuttle first, having to face down Jesse and all the clones. And I know I've seen, back when the episode first came out, I saw someone make the connection that has stuck with me forever, is that it's Jesse. Jesse is such a perfect placement here, because Jesse has the Republic helmet, the Republic logo on his helmet, and also tattooed on his face, and he dies in the crash, you know, so it's a very symbolic thing with the Republic's death, you know. It's because the Clone Wars' version of the Republic has now died. Like, it died in Revenge of the Sith. We saw that back in 2005, but we've been stuck with it for the whole entirety of the Clone Wars until now, and it's so fitting that it's Jesse who's the one to be, you know, following Darth Sidious's orders to kill all the Jedi and stuff to bring the Republic down, when he's the one wearing it on his face, you know. And same thing with the Ahsoka, you know, the 332nd, how they all have her face designed on their helmets and they're trying to kill her, you know. So it's a very, very fun, poetic, symbolic type thing. Yeah, the final stuff with Victory and Death is so amazing. Rex showing lots of emotion there. Rex's emotional moments here are so much better than they are here. Because he's just having outbursts, and him here, he's downtrodden, he's defeated, and he's ready to give up. So there's that. And then the battle sequence itself with Ahsoka and Rex, very cleverly not killing anybody. It's a great way to navigate having to just kill all these clones, which would have not made sense story-wise at all. And then Maul just ripping the ship out of hyperspace. It's going to crash on the moon, this, that, and the other. They, manage to get to the Y-Wing. Maul gets away. It's just, this is just such good stuff. Then the ship crashes. The burial scene is just so gut-wrenching and heartbreaking. And then cutting to however many years in the future when Vader arrives at the wreckage. It's just, you could not have a more perfect ending to the Clone Wars than Darth Vader walking away as he's reflected in the visor of a clone trooper helmet with the Ahsoka print on it, right? Like, you cannot have a more perfect ending than that. I'm so glad that team got to tell that story the way that they did, because I think it was flawless. If me just going on a giant tirade about the Siege of Mandalore was anything to indicate that yes, it is the absolute top of S tier, there you go. These are all kind of in flux. I could see Umbara being right here, but I also really appreciate how it's a soul like Darth Maul and Death Watch story. It feels very unique, but this is also very unique as well. It's a very introspective clone story. So these are kind of on the same equal footing. So there we have it. I didn't go as long as the last time, but I'm still going to go through and run down all of these I've placed where they are. But another long stream, another over 4-hour stream. I'm going to try to make the next one not 4 hours. I don't know what it'll be, but it might not be Star Wars. I don't know, because I love yapping about Star Wars. If these stream lengths are any indication whatsoever, like, I love talking about Star Wars a lot, especially in depth. Like, I don't really like to talk surface level about Star Wars, unless I'm talking to people that, like, aren't really, if they're, like, kind of just getting into it, or, like, new fans or whatever. Of course I'll talk surface level, because they're not there yet. They haven't had all that experience yet. But for people who have, watched all of Clone Wars from episodes 1 to the end, like, I love having these super in-depth discussions, like, just going over all the themes, the beats, the hidden messages, and all kinds of stuff that they put throughout these shows. It's just these movies and everything. So yeah, love the Clone Wars. It's such an amazing series. But let me go ahead and run down these here. At the top of the top, my favorite Star Wars movie, we have The Siege of Mandalore, We have the Umbara arc. We have the Maul Takeover of Mandalore arc. We have the Fives Conspiracy arc. We have the Ahsoka Fugitive arc. And then we have the Citadel arc, all in S tier. A tier, we have Yoda's Journey, Battle of Geonosis, the Mortis arc, Maul's Return, the Slaves of the Republic, Battle of Ryloth, Battle of Anaxis / the Bad Batch arc, Grievous, the Hunt for Grievous, the Reiko Hardeen Bounty Hunter arc, the Night Sisters arc, the Holocron arc, the Domino Squad arc, the Boba Fett's Revenge arc, all in A tier. In B tier, we have the Battle of Mon Cala, Battle of Onderon, the Ahsoka Lost, the Mandalore plot arc. I don't know what to really call that. Death Watch Rising, I think, is what I wrote it as. The Youngling arc, Malevolence arc, the Separatist Senate arc, Battle of Christophsis, the R2 and 3PO Adventure arc, the Jedi Crash / Defenders of the Republic arc, the Zillo Beast arc, Dooku Captured, Hunt for Zero, and the Toydarian Alliance arc, all in B tier. In C tier, we have the Rise of Clovis arc, we have the D-Squad arc, the Blue Shadow Virus, we have the Gunray, the Hunt for Gunray arc, we have the Ahsoka Walkabout, we have the Mandalore Corruption arc, we have the Duel of the Droids arc, kind of by proxy, the Pantoran expansion arc, all in C tier. And then in D tier, we have the Disappeared Parts 1 and 2. Some of these I can see going in different spots, but I'm not really going to do any moving around right now. Maybe down the road I will. Not like in another stream or anything, but maybe I'll just like kind of restructure how they are for me personally. I think S tier is pretty solid, though. S tier and A tier might be pretty solid for me. But yeah, I think some of these should have done better. Like some of them I might like, put up a tier down the road. Like I feel like maybe B tier might have a few too many. Maybe some belong in C tier. Like maybe the Hunt for Zero arc actually belongs in C tier, but I have fun with some of them. But anyway, so yeah, there we go. That is my ranking of all the Clone Wars arcs. I hope you all enjoyed this. This was a lot of fun. Again, just talking about Star Wars in general is such a huge passion of mine, so I hope you all enjoy. Hope you all enjoyed this. That's probably going to do it for me here. No, not probably. It's definitely going to do it for me here, but I will go ahead and put stuff in the description. I think, wait, no, I disabled Nightbot, didn't I? Let me just do Amazon. Does that work? Oh, does it not work? 'Cause I got rid of Nightbot after it banned Killer Bee. Not banned, but got rid of the messages. Yeah, Nightbot doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. I'll re-enable him and I'll go through and I'll fix some stuff with Nightbot to make sure he doesn't kill quote-unquote spam messages. But anyway, once again, I hope you all enjoyed this. I had so much fun talking about this. Obviously, if there's any tier rankings that you guys have that you want to share with me, because I'd love to hear them, please let me know in the comments. Again, just talking about this stuff is my passion. And also, if you want to do this tier list for yourself and maybe share with me on socials if you want to, this is my tier list, so just look for this one. Look for Star Wars The Clone Wars All Arcs Accurate, because I know people do a lot of inaccurate stuff. Oh, welcome back, Killer Bee. Yes, we are just wrapping up now. I was just talking about how I'll try to fix Nightbot for the next stream. Now none of my links are working, unfortunately. So, but anyway, I do have all the links, the important stuff, the important links in the description. So yeah, so there we go. Thank you all so much for stopping by. I really appreciate your time. If you're watching this as the VOD, if you watch this live, I appreciate you hanging out. That really means a lot. And yeah, I will see you all in the next stream. I don't know when it'll be. Next we rank all the arcs of the Bad Batch. No way. I already ranked all the episodes. Those all count. The episodes count. No, we're good. I think we've covered all bases of the Bad Batch. But yeah, no, thank you again so much for everybody stopping in, and yeah, you all have a good one as well. And yeah, I'll let you all know in the community tab when the next stream will be and what the next stream will be. So stay tuned for that. All right, everybody, take care, have a good one, and I'll see y'all next time. Bye, everybody. Oh wait, I gotta do my end screen. I gotta show this off.